never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
How about that? Round number 2 from the Big Moose. I just happened to just click over to my email. Right at the very last second, he downloaded that to me. It's a retweaked version. Just, what do you call that? The remastered version. Changing things up a little bit. All right, well, there you go. Underway on Thursday, right? How about that? Welcome in, welcome aboard. This will be making our way into, what are we talking about? 27th day of January, yeah. Hard to believe we're heading into the final weekend of January already. We'll be making our way into February. Groundhog Day coming up next week, as a matter of fact. Wednesday, February 2nd, next Wednesday, Hump Day. Okay. All right, as we get things rolling tonight, checking with some of our listening friends coming up here. Let me pull over some of the advisories we have out there. Matter of fact, here at the midnight hour Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, freezing fog advisory just kicked in. This is going to be impacting portions of eastern New Mexico, western Texas, over into southwestern portions of Oklahoma. Starts you off with the advisory from the Weather Service office in Lubbock, Texas. As I said, freezing fog advisory. Very light ice accumulations are possible. From freezing fog, visibilities will drop to less than a mile in freezing fog. Now, this particular advisory encompasses the South Plains, northwestern rolling plains, extreme southeastern Texas panhandle region. So all you need is that little glaze of ice. Very light accumulations could lead to slick spots on roadways overnight, and low visibility could make driving conditions hazardous. Of course, bridges and overpasses especially, be aware. It's going to be the proverbial black ice thing with the freezing fog. So again, portions of southwest and western Oklahoma on into northern Texas. Slow down, use your headlights, leave plenty of distance ahead of you. And be alert for frost on bridge decks and slippery road conditions. All right, elsewhere around the country, what else are we looking at tonight? Winter weather advisories up in eastern North Dakota and northwestern portions of Minnesota once again. Those bitterly cold conditions that continue to grip the north central and moving more into the eastern portions of the country. We jump over and see what we've got here. Wind chill advisories for much of Ohio tonight, especially the northern half of the state, as well as portions of northwestern Pennsylvania, north central, northeast Ohio. Now we're talking winds 10 to 20 below zero tonight. So with temperatures like that, wind chills could result in frostbite, hypothermia, if precautions are not taken. So another very chilly night. Not seeing the wind chill warnings as we were the last night or two in parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. So the air moderates just a little bit. But as we start things off at this hour, pretty much identical to where we were at this time 24 hours ago, looking at 13 degrees officially at the Cincinnati airport, 18 outside the secret bunker, and just cold, cold, cold. All right, the models were depicting some snow to fall through eastern Colorado and western Kansas, but none of the models predicted what actually ended up being an incredible amount of accumulation. This snowstorm over the central Rockies and the central plains ultimately turned into a traffic halting storm for some motorists across one of the busiest highways in the region. Now, Denver was blanketed with 3 to 6 inches of snow there on Tuesday. But the worst of the snow focused on a long but narrow zone stretching from east central Colorado into south central Kansas. The setup turned into a narrow band of very intense snow that was falling at rates of 3 inches per hour or more. And it continued to come down for several hours over the same locations, which allowed some areas to receive over 20 inches of snow in a short period of time. Again, none of the models were predicting this band setting up like this. Mount Sunflower, just north of Weston, Kansas, one of the hardest hit areas, more than 2 feet of snow piled up. The 27 inches of snow nearly toppled a 24-hour snowfall record for the state. The existing record of 30 inches was set back in March of 2009. Now, this snow coming down at this kind of a rate, the heavy snow was too much for the snow plows to keep up, forcing officials to close over 150 miles of interstate I-70 between Lyman, Colorado, and Colby, Kansas. Highway 40 that runs parallel to I-70 was also shut down there. AccuWeather's national reporter was in Lyman after the highway was shut down. He said the barricades are up at the particular exit he was at, and they're up on exits from this point eastward. There was a state trooper in Kansas that said multiple motorists were stranded on Highway 40 after ignoring the barricades, trying to drive down the snow-clogged roadway. Yeah, by the time we got into Tuesday night, most of I-70 and 40 were passable again after the snow tapered off and the crews had time to get out there and push it off to the side. But, I mean, these impressive snowfall amounts, significantly higher than the snowfall totals for the entire winter of many towns and cities across the central and eastern portions of the country. I mean, that 27 inches of snow at Mount Sunflower, the highest point in Kansas, was also higher than the seasonal snowfall totals in Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia combined, which as of Tuesday, again, combined, they've seen 24.3 inches of snow. Now, those northeast cities along the I-95 corridor, yeah, you will soon be getting your fair share with another major winter storm on the horizon. Coming up this weekend, as I said, was we wrapped things up there Wednesday morning. Kind of figured by the time we got in here this Wednesday night, Thursday morning, the models would be kind of zeroing in on what we're actually going to see coming up this weekend. Yep, Katie barred the door. It's going to be an East Coast storm, a still developing storm set to become a major nor'easter that will bombard New England with blizzard conditions this weekend. We now have winter storm watches in place for eastern Massachusetts, eastern Connecticut, Rhode Island. Or those areas will see some of the worst conditions from this storm. Now, these watches actually go into effect at the midnight, 12 a.m. Saturday, Friday night into Saturday morning. Areas further south in the mid-Atlantic, you're not going to escape the storm, but several inches of snow and some major travel disruptions are in the offing. The area we think is going to be hit the hardest and be at the risk for closures, central and eastern Long Island and on up into New England. There's forecasts are growing more confident that southern New England will see the most significant impacts. Totals could reach or exceed a foot of snow. This is going to be an intensifying storm. It's going to produce a lot of wind. That's going to raise the concern for blowing and drifting, power outages, blizzard conditions in some areas. There's also a serious coastal flooding and beach erosion threat, especially in eastern Massachusetts. Now, the combination of the winds, 40 or more miles per hour, along with heavy snow, will reduce visibility quarter mile or less for several hours, which may actually trigger blizzard conditions in portions of New England. Storm accumulations 12 to 18 inches, and AccuWeather says could see as much as 36 inches to occur in the stretch that spans Boston and Worcester, Mass., Islip, New York, Providence, Rhode Island, Hartford and Groton, Connecticut, Portsmouth and Manchester, New Hampshire, and on up into Portland and Bangor, Maine. Now, further south and west in the mid-Atlantic region, a threat of heavy snow exists for New York City and Philadelphia, perhaps as far inland as Baltimore and Washington, D.C. He explains the scope of the western and northern extent of the heavy snow and blizzard conditions. Again, highly dependent on the track and the intensity of the storm, which could cause some big differences in impacts. So they still haven't zeroed that in just yet. But the sprawling New York City metro area likely to experience a wide range of accumulations In northwestern New Jersey, a few inches of snow could fall, but areas in central Long Island could see over a foot of snow. That's why any small shift in the storm track to the east or west means the difference between a manageable snow or what could be blizzard conditions in the 5 boroughs of New York City. This storm will have the potential to shut down airports like Boston's Logan, could lead to scores of flight cancellations in New York City, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C., and that would have ripple effects across the country as the crews and the aircraft are displaced. Forecasters are advising avoiding travel across much of New England Saturday into Saturday night, if it's avoidable at all. Snowfall rates 1 to as much as 3 inches per hour, with extensive blowing and drifting will create extremely dangerous travel conditions. Now, snow drifts could reach several feet in some of the open areas, and the storm's going to maintain this intensity for a period of 8 to 12 hours. It's going to be very difficult or impossible for the crews to keep up on the roadways. Anyone who does venture out could run the risk of becoming stranded. Now, further south, parts of the southeast and the mid-Atlantic, you'll be kind of sideswiped by the big storm. Maybe a few inches of snow across portions of eastern North Carolina, southeastern Virginia, areas that were hit by pretty significant snow and ice just last weekend. Blowing and drifting could occur with this system in the wake of the storm. Should the storm strengthen to the potential, we could be talking hurricane-force winds, 74 miles per hour or greater, that could be felt in southeastern New England, which would undoubtedly mean power outages. I mean, that's what technically a major nor'easter is akin to what would be a hurricane in the hurricane season much further to the south. Now, further west over central New England along the mid-Atlantic coast, the dry, powdery nature of the snow. I guess the good news is it's not going to be sticking to the tree limbs and whatnot, but the winds are going to be strong enough to cause sporadic power outages, gusts topping 40 miles per hour at times on Saturday. Now, before the big event, we could see some snow and flurries on Friday from parts of the central Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic and New England as our next push of Arctic air begins to dive in out of Canada. Due to the limited moisture for this event, accumulations are going to be light, but as we've seen in the past, just a quick coating of snow can make for hazardous conditions on the highways. Looking at the map here, the heaviest accumulations from this nor'easter between Friday night and Saturday night. Boston is anticipating 12 to 18 inches, 6 to 12 there in New York City. More along the lines of 3 to 6 for Philadelphia, the Baltimore to Washington, D.C. metro area, at least at the moment, the models are depicting maybe 2 to 4 inches of accumulation there. And then, of course, for our friends even in the deep south, Floridians, all the way down to Miami, you're going to be grabbing the blankets this weekend as the coldest temperatures in more than 11 years will be coming your way Saturday night into Sunday morning. The chill is sure to be felt with a low bottoming out at 38 degrees. Now, the last time we saw temperatures below 40 in Miami was December the 28th back in 2010. National Weather Service has actually issued a special weather statement this past day warning this strong cold front will move down the Florida Peninsula Friday night, then off the southeastern Florida coast during the pre-dawn hours Saturday. Temperatures on Saturday forecast to not get out of the 50s in most areas, and even southern areas around Miami may struggle to reach 60 degrees, with clearing skies and gusty northwesterly winds. This is going to set the stage for probably the coldest night and morning, Saturday night into Sunday morning. Temperatures in Orlando will struggle to reach 50 for a high temperature Saturday afternoon. before dropping below freezing overnight into Sunday morning. National Weather Service says probabilities for freezing temperatures Sunday morning are increasing over inland northwest Florida, primarily Glades, Hendry, Collier, and Palm Beach counties, and areas well away from Lake Okeechobee. Now, over the rest of the area, low temperatures Sunday morning forecast to range from the mid-30s over the outer line suburbs of the east and west coast, upper 30s along the Gulf Coast, 30s and 40s over most of metro southeastern Florida. Then, yes, another cold night's anticipated Sunday night and Monday morning. Maybe not as cold as Sunday morning, but freezing temperatures and frost will still be a possibility over interior areas around Lake Okeechobee. Miamians will see a gradual warming back up to more seasonable temperatures as we start the new week, but no sign of rain in sight. Yeah, there is a lot of concern about the citrus crop there in Florida. Much of that could be impacted with temperatures as low as 28 degrees for 3 to 5 hours. That's where you really begin to get the concern about the fruit freezing on the trees. All right, quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things off and rolling here. A Thursday coming on. Zorro on board. Let's roll. Sylvester on board out of the box. Not first, but the first from Australia. All right. Heavy D checking in. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Let's hear Big Moose's tune again tonight. We got you covered there, right? How'd you like that revamped version? Joe is on board. Morning all. It's a cold night again tonight. Be safe out there. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, Florida, where it's 54. They've had some off and on rain. Let's keep it safe out there. Hello there, Kyle on board. Let's roll. Drive safe out there, drivers. Roy checks in. Richard, morning from Central Florida, where it's 65 degrees. Larry, as usual, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Eskimo Mom, here we go. Howdy from a frozen Kentucky. Doing my usual run tonight. Can't wait for the warm-up coming our way next week. Right now, though, clear 13 degrees. Heavy D say, Moose is going to go to Nashville and forget us all if he keeps singing like that. You'd think? Yeah, I think he'd love to go to Nashville. He's been writing songs for many, many years, and always looking for that, that one hit that somebody can purchase from you and turn into a number one smash hit. The royalties. That's what you look forward to. Happy Caffey checking in. Good night for trailer trucking. We've got 18 degrees in Peoria. Heading to Kentucky. KY Tucky. Hammer down there, Timothy. Bama checking in from Tuscumbia, Mississippi. Headed to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Listening to the replay from last night. And I've got to say, Horse Feathers is full of shish kebab for implying that the Canadian truck convoy doesn't deserve to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. At least they've got the kahunas to stand up to Trudeau and his draconian mandates. Anyway, everybody have a good day. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, I'm back on the road. Me and Marianne have both recovered from COVID, but thanks to all for your thoughts and prayers. All right, glad you're feeling better there, Gilligan. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up. First of all, a quick time out. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Good morning from Grand Isle, Nebraska. There's Justin on board. Matt says, I love that song, Big Moose. What a great tune. Gerald checking in. Dan Bongino. Banned from YouTube. Yeah, I guess they gave him the axe this past day. You got the full story coming up here. What do you see? Morning, Steve. Ice Cream Man checking in from Cheyenne. Still waiting for the dealership to fix my rig's turbo. All right, let's see. 20 degrees, clear in Ironton, Virginia at this hour. Thanks, Gilligan. 24 in Cheyenne. 42 there in Houston, thanks to the Comm Lab man. Kyle says, I love it. Big Moose, we got to get him on the studio mic. Let's do that at the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah, good idea. I have a sneaky suspicion, seeing as Moose is pretty much a retired man these days. He's got to come down and join us there in Louisville, right? Miss Millie checking in. Let's say, morning, Steve, and all wind chill going to be below zero in Bracken County, Kentucky again tonight. Hey, Moose, I love the song. Everybody be safe and stay warm. Deborah, morning, Steve. Great song. Still cold out here in Indiana. We're planning our trip to Louisville in March for the Mid-America there. Hoping to see you there, so be safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. Thank you, Deborah. Timothy, seeing 5 degrees there in Battle Creek, Michigan. Howdy, Steve, and the Overnight Drive team. Gerald's Music Entertainment says it's 19 outside here in Dongola, Illinois. Only excitement to do here. Only thing to do is watch the cars rust. It's a pretty exciting place, huh? Everybody stay safe. Bicycle. Man, it's been a long time since anyone's... Who was it? There were several callers. That was kind of like their signature sign-off after they'd talked to my father on the show there. Bicycle. All right. Morning, Steve. Brian checking in, listening here in Northwest Ohio. We have no temperature. It's zero. No temperature. Stephen checking in from California. All right, good to have you there. Patty Double, let's see, 2 degrees in Milford, New Hampshire. And yes, we've got a nor'easter coming our way Saturday. Hello to God's children. It's the Rambler checking in with you tonight. Truck driving up to Montgomery, Alabama. We've got clear skies, cold 37 tonight. Welcome back to the truck driving world for our friend Gilligan. Hey, great entrance song by Big Moose there. By the way, I'll be checking in later on. Until then, everybody stay safe, stay warm, drive safe, and remember, Brother Rambler loves you. All right, well, let's see here. Let's check in with old Horse Feathers out of the box tonight. All right, we made it through. Mike. What's going on this Thursday, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, I guess it's a good thing I called in there after hearing the one thing there. Somebody was listening to the podcast there from last night's show. So in no way did I say the Canadian convoy shouldn't be counted in the Guinness Book of Records. What I said was Guinness has specific ways of counting and requirements of counting to be included in the records. So if things aren't in place and there isn't the count taken the way they needed to officially record it, then they can't put it in the record book as an official, count of convoy. Now, the other thing I said is, should there be classes of convoys? So should there be one for charity fundraisers like Special Olympics and Make-A-Wish, and then another one for like protest type things, or, just plain like a truck show, if the truck show decided to do a convoy, for just on their own or whatever. Should there be classes instead of just saying, because one might shadow over the other type of one. I don't know. It was just, all, just throwing out there as a food for thought, and maybe, whatever should be whatever. But anyways, hey, we were talking there last night also about the good people in New York and the crime that's there. And I see on the news tonight that our junior senator from Maryland here has decided to draw himself up a bill that supposedly is going to protect the transit workers. And he says that this law will go into a law and become a law and go into effect, that it's going to protect the transit workers from, people, beating on them and, getting on and causing injury or death. And we've had multiple bus and the commuter rail operators either killed. We had 3 in the last, I don't know if it's, in the last few months anyways, that have been killed. And, one woman bus driver was seriously beaten. And it's crazy that, the people that supposedly live in these communities and, do a job in these communities and they're part of that. So the people getting on actually just abuse them. And I don't know, I guess it's probably crime, looking to steal whatever cash is there or whatever. But so anyways, this bill is supposed to put stuff in effect to, put shields up and protective barriers and not, be able, but I don't know, when you're out there at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, driving a bus by yourself and you get one hoodlum gets on the bus, how protected are you?
Exactly.
So that's my point. That's my point is he's going to write a law in Washington, write a bill in Washington to try to become a law. How's that going to stop the crime from happening? Do criminals actually worry about the laws anymore? Do they worry about?
That's the reason they're called a criminal, right? They have no regard for the law, the rule of law. Absolutely. Criminals are going to be criminals. How many times have we had the discussion about, gun laws, right? Well, criminals don't give a damn about the gun laws. They're criminals. Turn your guns in. Yeah, right. The criminals are going to turn them in. Hey, let's get our news break in here, though. Take care of that and get back with a whole lot more on Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A requirement to get vaccinated against COVID-19 kicks in Thursday for millions of healthcare workers in about half of U.S. states. The mandate will start in states that did not challenge the Biden administration rule. The mandate will take effect later in February for the other states that had filed lawsuits. Earlier this month, the U.S. Supreme Court lifted injunctions that had put the vaccine mandate on hold. In related news, OSHA officially ended its emergency temporary standard on Wednesday. It had required COVID-19 vaccinations or weekly tests in workplaces with 100 or more employees. The news comes after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled this month that OSHA did not have the authority to require such mandates for businesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
It's really fantastic. I'm pretty active sports-wise, and no muscle strains. I get up in the morning, no stiff back, nothing. I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take a mega dose. Next day it's gone. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back. And again, if you missed it, we're all set, ready to roll, booked for the Mid-America Truck Show. Hard to believe we're really, 2 months away? March 24th through the 26th. All right, we'll be in the North Hall. Hot Shot Secret, of course, they'll have a booth there in the North Hall. We'll be somewhere also in the North Hall, but not attached, I don't think, to their particular booth. But the Overnight Drive booth will be at booth number 16067 for what it's worth. Everybody you got to get your catalog and get the map out and scour around trying to find all your favorite booths there. If you've never been there, it is massive. Like, we're talking 1 million square feet of exhibition space. Don't buy a new pair of shoes. Make sure you wear some well broken in walking shoes. Your feet will be tired. And if you're coming down, you can't really even take in the show if you come down for one day. I know some people try to swing by and they've only got 4 or 5 hours to be there because they're under a load. But yeah, it's almost like you'd have to run through the place and not even stop and look at anything. That's why it's a 3-day event. So yeah, come on down. If you can make it in for a couple of days, it'll be worth your time. And I'm obviously going to be celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. Should be big. And, of course, they're going to be inducting the first set of they've got a Wall of Fame there at the Mid-America Truck Show. They'll have that. I bet they're going to be introducing the first inductees into the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. Yeah, I know the Carolina Monkey Gouger is a potential nominee to be inducted into the Wall of Fame. OOIDA's founder, president, I guess he's one of the originals, Jim Johnston, who passed away a few years ago. He's nominated to be an inductee into the Wall of Fame, and several others. So it should be a big time. Meanwhile, we flip back over to some of our other friends who were checking in here. Who'd we have there? All right, there's Patsy. Morning from Nebraska. It's 30 degrees, a little bit of a warm-up on the way. It's been kind of up and down for us this winter. But just wanted to say, really enjoyed Moose's song. Be safe out there, everybody. Santa Claus on board. Morning from Davis Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. We've got 46 here. On my way tomorrow. Going to be checking out the Quartzsite, Arizona RV show. And I guess it's the RV show and Snowbird get-together. All right, well, I hope you enjoy that, Santa Claus. Captain Ron, check it in. We've got 51 this morning, rolling through Valdosta, Georgia, Semper Fi. Brian on board, 18 degrees here in Boston. Hello to Pappy, 14 in Harrison, Ohio. Stay warm and be safe. I don't know, are we supposed to get as cold? I think we ended up bottoming out. I think at one point we were down to like 3 or 4 degrees this past morning. You're looking at 12 at the airport right now. Another very chilly night. It's bone chilly. At least the wind's not blowing too bad. But all right, let's see. Hello to Mr. Q listening in tonight. There's Jim. Happy birthday, or happy Thursday, Steve. Head west on US 30 from Fresno, Ohio to Wisconsin. Dry conditions, but it is cold. Temperatures kind of fluctuating. We've been down to 0, and I've seen it as high as 8 degrees since leaving Worcester. A cold night out there. Let's see. From the Ozarks Mountains in Rogers, Arkansas, there's Marianne, 32 degrees and dropping. And some snow flurries. Be safe, all the drivers out there. Chuck on board from southeastern Kentucky, where it's clear and 17 at this hour. There's another Marianne. Hello, everyone. Stay safe out there. Steve, I really love hearing that music. Big Moose. We're on our way to Swanee, Georgia. Is that down by the Swanee River? Carolina Monkey Gouger, 3-time champion meat hauler. I'll call in a bit later on, dealing with a customer that doesn't play well with others. Uh-oh. A little bit of snow in Iowa Park, Texas tonight. Charles at the home front after running my weekly run to Missoula and back to Texas. All right, there's Bidu checking in this morning, and Daniel also on board there. Hey, great to have you all with us. Our number, 844-844-3388. And let me get back in. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So I guess you're talking about the truck show and that. So it ends up that, you know, I've been to one of them there back in 2013, and I don't know if they picked the music venue or not, but can I put in a request for the Marshall Tucker Band?
Is that the year you were there,
remember
Marshall?
How good?
Yes.
That was the year I was there. Was the Marshall Tucker Band?
I remember. I was sitting next to Tom Bigby there at the Marshall, and I kept looking over at him. I said, "This isn't Marshall. This is Jethro Tull. This is Jethro Tull." He thought I was nuts.
It was bad. It was bad. Anyway, but you're absolutely right about the walking shoes. But somebody told me, and it worked pretty good for me before I went down, is to get a list of all the vendors,
exhibitors, vendors,
exhibitors. Yeah, take a look at that great big list, and it's all jumbled all over the place. The numbers aren't really good, so try to figure out everybody you want to visit, all the exhibitors you want to visit, and get a piece of notebook paper and write it all down, and then make sure you put them in the groups for where they are, for which wing or hall or whatever, and put them all together so you actually can make a plan before you show up, so that when you get there, you're not hopscotching around. You know, you end up seeing somebody in the North Hall and then have to go to the West Wing and then down out into the North Lobby, and then back out to the East Wing and over to the West Wing.
You're right.
You know, because if you don't make a plan and make it so you got them all in the same area, you just get lost, and then you're running back and forth trying to figure out where everybody is. And the map isn't bad that I've seen, you know, that we had to use that year I was there, but it had its issues, but it was usable. But the best thing to do is to try to make that plan. Now, my question for Hotshot Secret and Chris and Kyle and everybody, are they doing something special going to make some 50th anniversary Matt's T-shirts with Steve Sommers and Hotshot Secret and all that on it? You're going to have some special swag down there for this year?
We haven't had that. We haven't had that discussion. No, I guess we got a little bit of time, but that good question.
Yeah. It's getting close, and the only other thing I was interested in is if they have anybody there that, you know, they help through the year, you know, like the vets, the wounded vets.
Yep.
Boy, I tell you, that's all slipped my mind.
What you had, like we had the Waypoint vets, and we had the guys there.
Yeah,
who was it? The race.
The racing.
The 24 hours of lemons guys, though, and all that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, if they were going to be able to be available to be there at the booth, because of doing the donations with them, I'd love to be able to meet them. And the only other thing I'd like to see is if there's some way that, hey, maybe some of us could, if there was a sign-up sheet or something you could do online. So I know you just had Deborah say she was planning on being there. I mean, I've got my advanced registration done, and I don't know when that closes. I guess that closes at some point, and then you got to pay $10 to get in. And it's bad enough to pay for parking, but I guess to pay for $10 to get in if you didn't have to, I guess, you could save yourself $10, $20, $30 depending on how many days you're going to be there. And so whenever that closes, and then, but if there was a way, we could have a, kind of a list to kind of keep track of the overnight drive people that were going to be there, all us listeners. So I don't know if there's a way to make a sign up or something. I guess you could make a Facebook event, but I wouldn't be able to sign up on that, but that's beside the point. Personal reasons for that. But Anyways, I don't know. So I guess that's about what we got going for you. Is we got the same in the weather, and we're just waiting to see what type of test we're going to get. So the last I saw, they were saying 1 to 3. Now you said 2 to 4. I think your prediction last night, anywhere from like a trace to 48 inches, might be the best one to go by.
Probably the most accurate. Yes, sir. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Horse feathers, be safe out there. We'll chat again. I got an email from Dave here. He said, just a heads up for anyone on I-70 in Indiana who will be looking for a place to park tonight. Both east and westbound mega rest areas at the 108 near Greenfield are closed for some reason. They've got the barrels and the barricades across the entrance ramps. I'm not sure if this is a one-night closure or something possibly longer, so just a heads up, drivers should be on the lookout for other parking if they were contemplating parking there. Something a little different for me tonight as I head to Cleveland rather than Kalamazoo. Anyway, looking for another great show. I've got, 6 degrees here just west of Columbus on I-70. All right, stay warm. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, there's Billy the Kid checking in. Hey, Steve, just checking in. We've got 6 degrees here in Northeast Ohio. Heading to Huntsville, Alabama. Big Orange is warmed up and nose in the wind. Anybody else got any of Moose's albums? I've got 3 of them. They're all great. Anyway, tell Hillbilly Tex, put another log on the fire and I'll blow the horn on my way there through Lenore City. All right? Safe travels this morning, Billy the Kid. We'll be back in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. I don't know. Is Neil Young part of the cancel culture? If he doesn't agree with you, he wants you removed, right? Cannot have differing opinions. Well, so I guess he threw down an ultimatum with the streaming platform Spotify by saying you can have my music or you can have Joe Rogan's program, but you can't have both. Okay, well, Spotify's working to remove Neil Young's music off of their streaming platform. This decision less than a week after Neil Young apparently penned an open letter to his producers and record label accusing Spotify of spreading COVID and vaccine misinformation because they air the Joe Rogan Experience. He says, I am doing this because Spotify is spreading fake information about vaccines, potentially causing death to those who believe the disinformation being spread by them. All right, a memo that has since been deleted from his website, according to Rolling Stone. He said they can have Rogan or Young, not both. Now, of course, Joe Rogan is what they call him, a controversial figure in the media. Some accuse him of misinformation and conspiracies, but he's got a hell of an audience, a large audience. So here's where, when push comes to shove, who's going to win? Quite honestly, is Spotify actually making any money from Neil Young's old music? Despite removing several podcasts or episodes of the podcast, Spotify's taken a pretty much hands-off approach with Rogan, as the show was the platform's most popular podcast last year, according to Spotify. The property is lucrative for the company. They signed an estimated $100 million deal in 2020 to bring that show exclusively to their service. It's their moneymaker. Hello. Now, Spotify said we want all the world's music and audio content to be available. With that comes a responsibility in balancing both safety for listeners and freedom for creators. We have detailed content policies in place, and we've removed over 20,000 COVID-related podcast episodes since the start of the pandemic. We regret Neil's decision to remove his music, but we hope to welcome him back soon. So in that case, Young, I don't know, does anybody care? Really? The other, I guess, deleted character, YouTube permanently banning Dan Bongino from their platform, violating terms of service, according to the report from The Hill. Quote, we terminated Dan Bongino's channels for circumventing our terms of service by posting a video while there was an active strike and suspension associated with the account. When a channel receives a strike, it's against our terms of service to post content or use another channel to circumvent the suspension. If a channel is terminated, the uploader is unable to use, own, or create any other YouTube channels. Of course, Dan's channels were suspended earlier this month, essentially the same week we were under a suspension. In his case, it was a video where he claimed that these masks are essentially useless in stopping the spread of COVID. Technically, Dan had already announced plans to leave YouTube, and he's been on Rumble. Of course, as we all know, former President Trump was permanently banned from Twitter and Facebook for violating their policies of inciting violence after the January 6th events. He was also indefinitely suspended from YouTube for similar reasons. Now, Alphabet Incorporated last year said they would lift the suspension when they determined the risk of real-world violence has decreased. And apparently it has not. The channel remains suspended due to the risk of incitement to violence, according to the company's CEO. Let's see, back last March, she said in an interview with the head of the Atlantic Council think tank, she said, recent warnings by the Capitol Police about a potential new attack showed there's still an elevated risk. All right. Cancel culture, cancel culture. I don't agree with him. Ban him. All right. Who else on the lines here? Let's see. I'm not seeing a name. Something about an accident at work. Who's this?
This is Tom.
Hello, Tom.
How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing all right.
I used to listen to you all the time, but I'm off work right now, so I just wanted to warn the drivers out there. I got hurt on the parking lot at my company. And, be careful out there. Watch your back. Anything can happen in this business.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I was walking across the parking lot, and the mechanic run over me in the service truck and fractured my right leg in 4 places and fractured my left knee. I was in the hospital over a month, and I'm still in a wheelchair.
Wow.
So I just want to tell the drivers, it's bad enough out there on the road. Now you got to watch your terminals and be careful and be safe. You
got to watch everywhere. I mean, you get in your truck stops and your rest areas. I had the story last week.
Safe place in this business.
I had a driver that actually died. He was a flatbedder. He was up there either trying to chain something up or unhook or whatever. He fell off the flatbed. I guess hit his head and died last week. Here's a story from just here on Tuesday. Pretty much exactly what he was talking about, but in this case, the guy was killed rather than just getting a broken leg. A truck driver ran over a coworker at a grain cooperative in Minnesota. This was back on Tuesday afternoon. According to the Star Tribune, the grain truck, driven by 38-year-old Chad Petrzak, backed over 37-year-old Nathan Rothstein, dead at the scene. Records revealed the facility was investigated by OSHA back in February of 2010, during a time which numerous citations were issued. The violations found during that investigation included a lack of training on how to safely operate industrial trucks. But yeah, you never know. You got to watch your surroundings everywhere you are out there. Drivers, be safe. All right, let's get our news update. Top of the hour has arrived, and plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Welcome into Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A requirement to get vaccinated against COVID-19 kicks in Thursday for millions of healthcare workers in about half of U.S. states. The mandate will start in states that did not challenge the Biden administration rule. The mandate will take effect later in February for the other states that had filed lawsuits. Earlier this month, the U.S. Supreme Court lifted injunctions that had put the vaccine mandate on hold. In related news, OSHA officially ended its emergency temporary standard on Wednesday. It had required COVID-19 vaccinations or weekly tests in workplaces with 100 or more employees. The news comes after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled this month that OSHA did not have the authority to require such mandates for businesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Single illegal immigrant men are being distributed throughout the U.S.
Dozens of illegal immigrants are getting a free pass into America thanks to the Biden administration. Reports are coming in our government and unmarked buildings and buses are processing and redistributing single male immigrants in Brownsville, Texas. That's a violation of Title 42. At the airport, some of the immigrants claim to be going to Atlanta, Houston, and Miami. White House spokesperson Jen Psaki.
We continue to be under Title 42. We have a stringent protocols, and we are still in a global pandemic, and includes those who do not show up will be subject to the repercussions of that.
Department of Homeland Security claims 47,000 illegal immigrants ordered to appear did not. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell backed up his group's idea that an interest rate hike in March is likely. The belief is that a slightly higher rate might help slow inflation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is calling it quits in June. Here's what to expect for a confirmation hearing.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is reportedly calling it quits at the end of this term. The 83-year-old has been on the court for nearly 28 years and is described as a pragmatic liberal. As far as what we can expect in a confirmation hearing, Garrett Gentry is a former advisor to Neil Gorsuch.
This is a long, grueling process. You'll have Republicans who will have to figure out, obviously, what who the nominee is, but I think figuring out who the nominee is and figuring out what those attacks are on that nominee and trying to stonewall it. Because this nominee, whoever it is, when they get confirmed, could be on the bench for 2-3 decades, ruling on some of the big issues of the day, from the Second Amendment all the way down to abortion. So this certainly is going to set up a big battle going into the midterms.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Nissan is recalling more than 793,000 small SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because water can get into the wiring in the driver's footwell, cause corrosion, and could start a fire. The recall covers Nissan Rogue SUVs from the 2014 through 2016 model years. Singer-songwriter Neil Young is removing his music from Spotify after telling the company to choose him or Joe Rogan. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see here. Welcome back, hour number 2, as we roll into a Thursday morning, 27th of January. I mentioned it's going to get cold in the deep south again this weekend. I mean, all the way down to Miami. The cold air settles into the southeast from Friday night and through the weekend into Sunday. From Mississippi to Georgia to upstate South Carolina. Looks like you're going to slip into the 20s Friday night and probably be stuck in the 30s for highs on Saturday. However, Saturday night, temperatures in most of the region taking the biggest plunge. Daily record low for January 30th in Orlando is 31 degrees. Set back in 1966. Low temperatures will challenge that reading by dawn Sunday morning in Orlando. Now, it says many outlying areas around the city are going to drop in the mid or upper 20s. Now, here's a concern. Anywhere from 15 to 20% of the citrus groves in the central part of Florida could be below 28 degrees for 2 to 3 hours Saturday night. According to agricultural meteorologist Dale Moeller, lower temperatures are likely to last longer over the northern parts of the state. Now, while areas further south are likely to dip below freezing for a brief time anyway. Temperatures this low can lead to citrus and berry crop damage in the region. Forecasters advise frost and freeze mitigation measures to be taken to minimize or prevent damage. As we said, even Miami could have temperatures dropping into the 30s, which would threaten the record for the January 30th of 39 degrees. That was also set in 1966. Even Marathon, Florida, in the Florida Keys may fall into the upper 40s Saturday night. Cold's not going to stop there. It'll make its way into parts of the Caribbean even. Highs ranging from about 80 to 90 across Cuba are going to be replaced with highs in the 60s and lower 70s by Sunday. So cold air all the way down into Cuba. Wow. Now back across the U.S. in areas that lie further north. Yes, bitter temperatures. Temperatures across much of Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas will crash into the teens. Last time the temperature in Atlanta was below 20 degrees was back in late January of 2018. Even locales as far south as Tallahassee could flirt with temperatures in the upper teens Saturday night. My. As cold as it is here, I can't imagine. I mean, we're looking at 17, according to the thermometer outside the bunker. I can't imagine these kind of temperatures all the way down to Tallahassee, Florida. So it looks like Atlanta, Saturday's going to be probably the coldest day of the weekend. High temperature, not even getting out of the 30s. The bitter cold following the coastal storm will also arrive across much of the East Coast Saturday night. Low temperatures in the teens from New Jersey to much of the Carolinas. Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, you may be as cold as Philadelphia and New York City come Saturday night. Temperatures dropping into the teens there once again. Well, aren't we about a month away from the official first day of spring? Something like that. Oh, boy. It is 844-844-3388. And hello to Eagle checking in this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
We got you loud and clear, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of in a bad area tonight. I'm down here and down here close to let's see, where the hell am I? Down here close to Alabama. Mobile, Alabama area right now. It's pretty cold down here. Well, for these people, it's cold. It's not, I'm used to this type of stuff, but it's down like about 30s here in Mobile. But you would think, the way these people act, you'd think it was 0 degrees. People got fur coats on and gloves and everything else. Ain't no snow or nothing. No snow or nothing on the ground. I hate to see how these people act if they went up to Chicago or Michigan or something. But you know something, Steve? I waited all day long so I could make this phone call to you, man. Late in the night, I wasn't listening very closely to what you had said, and I didn't watch the news reports until after you said what you had said. But you know something, Steve? This guy here, Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, by the way, before I get started, I want to say the same thing I said last night. I was looking at my phone, before you put me on the air. Yeah, Donald Trump, he will be in Houston, Texas on Saturday night, and I will be at that Donald Trump rally. I told you that last night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to what Trump has to say about this loser that we have, this imposter that we have in the White House. I'm going to be sitting right there front row seat. It'll also be on Newsmax television. And one quick note to the guy that used to be your former co-host at WLW, Dave. He's the one, he used to always tell me to go to Donald Trump rallies. I never got a chance to go to one before the 2020 election. He said he had been to several of Trump's rallies. So if you're listening tonight, Dave, I will be at that rally because it's not often that he comes to Texas. So I'm going to make sure I get there. I'm going to park my truck somewhere. I'll find me somewhere to park my truck, but you can bet your last dollar I will be at that Trump rally supporting Donald Trump, because we can't put up with this too much. We can't put up with this guy in the White House, Steve. He's taking it a little bit too far. And, I just sat back today and watched the news media just to see what these losers would do. And just like I figured, they didn't do absolutely nothing. You know something, Steve? Like I told you last night, if Donald Trump came on television and called a news reporter's mother a son of a bitch, I promise you, Donald Trump, they would be raising all kind of hell on every television station in America if Donald Trump would have done the same thing. This guy here, Joe Biden, shouldn't be able to get away with that. And first of all, it just shows the stupidity of this guy. Seems to me, Mr. Joe Biden, you seem like the one that's a dumb son of a bitch if you're too stupid to check and see if your microphone is still on before you say something like that. And I don't think the reporter's the one that's stupid, my friend. Because that really pisses me off, Steve, that you got a guy who walks around like he's Mr. Everything, and he's bad enough he sits there at the desk with that smug look on his face, not taking no questions. And the reason why he doesn't take questions because he doesn't have any answers. That's the reason why he refuses to answer any questions. It's just a complete embarrassment. Donald Trump never had a problem answering questions. Am I right or wrong, Steve? After he did a news conference, Trump always took questions from the reporters.
Time and time again, the man would stand there for an hour and just take question after question after question.
That's what I'm saying. That's what pisses me off about this guy. It all started, way back with Afghanistan when the situation was going on with that. He refused to take any questions on that. The coronavirus, he don't take no questions on that. He says what he has to say, and just like one guy says, he walks off the stage and turns his back on the American people. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the American people, Steve. Joe Biden is a typical Democrat. Only time he needs you and your family is come election time, so you can vote him back in office. Or if you don't vote for him, he'll steal his way back into the White House. As simple as that. Because I'm really fed up with this guy. Like I said, Steve, I'm tired of the media backlash. All you hear is Trump this, Trump that. They still talking about January 6th. Over a year ago. You need to be focusing on what Joe Biden said. What would happen? Let me ask you something, Steve. What would happen if Joe Biden was on a hot microphone and he said something bad about Vladimir Putin? What if he would have said that about Vladimir Putin or the president of China on a hot microphone? Wonder how that would go down with Vladimir Putin and these other people around the world. This guy here is showing that he shouldn't be in the White House, Steve. When you make a mistake like that, you're the president of the United States of America. You ain't got no business making a mistake, not knowing your microphone is on. And like I said, besides that, Steve, this guy, Steve Ducey, he's the only reporter that's got the guts to even try to question this man, because they've eliminated everybody else, or anybody that wanted to question this man is not even allowed to come into the room because they know that this man is not capable of answering any questions whatsoever. And it's just a complete embarrassment. The guy, I forgot what this lady's name is. She's from South Carolina. I liked her. She was talking about running for president a couple of years ago. Haley is her last name.
Yeah, Nikki.
She said today
Nikki,
that Joe Biden and Kamala should resign from walk out of the White House and just a complete embarrassment. They've done nothing in the past year but destroy the United States. Well, Nikki Haley said that today. It's just a complete embarrassment, Steve. Now, let's go back to what we were talking about last night about these buses. You gave all the information last night. They even have videos on Fox television right now where a news reporter down in Brownsville followed these buses, and like you said before, they gave them taxi cab rides to the airport and flew them to destinations. I think they said Houston, Texas, Miami, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. Yep. Undocumented single men, young men flying them all to these different doors. And Joe Biden come right on television and say he knows nothing about it, that the United States and his so-called press secretary say she don't know nothing about these people that are being transported around the United States. It's a complete embarrassment, Steve. Like one guy said the other day, Joe Biden, he's more concerned. I think you said it last night too. Joe Biden is more concerned with the border of Ukraine than he is with the southern border of the United States of America. We have no southern border on the United States of America at this point right now. You gave the numbers of all the individuals that are walking in to this country and being shipped all over this place. It's a sad situation that we got going, and he shouldn't be allowed to get away with it, Steve. And like I said, hopefully, I guarantee you Donald Trump's going to have something to say about it, and I'm going to be right there listening to him come Saturday night, because it needs to be said and something needs to be done. And as for Nancy Pelosi, if she shouldn't even be allowed, the nerve of her to come out and say that she's running for trying to stay in Washington, D.C. for more years. She's been there way too long. Nancy Pelosi should be on her way out the door. She should have been gone a long time ago, Steve. Nancy Pelosi is nothing but a thorn in the United States for years now. It's for her to Speaker of the House. She was nothing but a roadblock for Donald Trump the whole 4 years he was in the White House, Nancy Pelosi. And, for her, the nerve of her to even say that she wants to continue on in Washington, D.C. Anybody in their right mind wouldn't even think about voting for an individual like that, Steve. It's just a sad situation. And then, one other thing before I hang up with you, I never thought the United States would stoop to this level, Steve. We've gone to basically, anybody who says that you have free speech in America, it's dwindling more and more and more every day. You see what they're doing on the Facebooks, the Twitters, and the Instagrams, and all these people that say things that they don't like. They're deleting your account. You just talked a few minutes ago about another person, that Dan Bongino, another guy, American guy, a war veteran, that he's been terminated from YouTube. And the reason why, not because he was telling lies, Steve, because he was telling the truth. So anybody out there listening to me tonight, you continue thinking that you have freedom of speech. All you got to do is, like I say, if they can take Donald Trump off of Facebook and Twitter, I think they can do the same thing to you. So the next time you say you have freedom of speech, you better think real hard about that, because I guarantee you don't. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. I guess the other big story, of course, Justice Stephen Breyer of the Supreme Court, who has served over 27 years, announcing this past day he will retire after the current term. So that opens up the first opportunity for Joe Biden to appoint a Supreme Court justice. Now, of course, Breyer's 83 years old now, and one of the three reliable left-wing votes on the court. Of course, again, an opportunity for Joe Biden to select a replacement. Now, it looks like NBC was among the first to report the rumors. One of the three remaining liberal justices, his decision to retire after more than 27 years allows Joe Biden to appoint a successor who could serve for several decades and, in the short term, maintain the current 6-3 split between conservative and liberal justices. So then, immediately the rumor mill fires up who might be appointed to replace when he does indeed step down. All right, imagine this scenario. This is just one of the many stories the past day. After a long, bitter Senate confirmation process to fill a vacancy on the Supreme Court, Vice President Kamala Harris ends up casting the tie-breaking 51st vote for President Joe Biden's nominee, which would be her. One expert this past day said it's possible, and more importantly, legal under the Constitution. The Constitution does not place any conditions on the types of ties the vice president can break as presiding officer. At the George Washington University, said that would presumably leave the vice president free to break a tie on confirming herself to the Supreme Court. Now, while a discussion like this seems more fitting for a college course on constitutional law, circumstances may be coming together that could make it a reality with the news, of course, this past day that Stephen Breyer's retiring. Jen Psaki told reporters this past day the president stands by his promise that he would appoint a black female to the Supreme Court if he was afforded the opportunity. Well, here the opportunity is about to arise. Appointments, of course, to the High Court are for life unless a justice voluntarily decides to step down. So there's a handful of names being floated around right now. And one of those names, I guess, was, what's her name here? Let's see, Cheryl Eiffel, a 59-year-old black female that's mentioned by the Associated Press and a number of Democrats, the progressives in particular, may be a candidate. Eiffel is president of the Direct Counsel at the Legal Defense Fund of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. Apparently, she is a very outspoken part of the defund the police narrative. Oh, boy. Representative Jamal Bowman of New York, who is an avowed Black Lives Matter activist, sent out a tweet which says, President of the United States, you promised us a black woman on the Supreme Court. Let's see it happen. Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas also mentioned Eiffel specifically among those that should be weighed and considered to replace Justice Breyer. She said, on behalf of the constituents of Texas' 18th Congressional District and Texas, I thank him for his leadership and I wish him all the best. I strongly believe his retirement presents the perfect opportunity for President Biden to follow through on his campaign promise to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court. While there are many qualified contenders to fill the vacancy of this seat on the court, the candidacy of Katanya Brown Jackson, Leandra Kruger, there's a J. Michelle Childs, there's a Eunice Lee, there's, Candace Jackson Akwumi, and there's Cheryl Eiffel. I guess 5 or 6 names she threw out that, all black females that she thinks should be considered for the appointment to the Supreme Court. All right, look at it, 26 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with the Chevy guy here this Thursday morning. What's up, Chevy guy?
Oh, with respect for the driver that's in the wheelchair, it's just going to claim the law of the sea. The larger vessel gets the right of way. And yeah, I'm in this sawmill, and I mean, when something breaks down on that sawmill, you better watch yourself. There'll be shop trucks coming from all different directions, and them boys just fly. And if it ain't that, the yard man has an old KW tractor. He flies going through there whenever the sawdust, the bark, and the chip band, plus he's got to pull a load of logs. And I've seen him just swing around and come right down the front of the parked empty trailers, just flying down there to get up under the bark bin. So it just makes sense that anytime you're in that situation, you don't just walk out between two trailers. You always keep your eye out for around you. You just just have to. I mean, and it's their responsibility to, know if they're backing up or when they move their vehicle. But it only takes a second for somebody to just come walking behind your trailer. You might shake your load of chips down by backing it up, jamming on the brakes, packing the chips in. Well, that's about all it takes to run over somebody.
Yep.
So it just, the general idea, the smaller, lighter vehicle is responsible for staying out of the way of the larger one. And apparently the lighter vehicle in this scenario is a pair of work boots. So, sometimes I think everybody's wearing this bright orange now. I think people get so used to seeing a bright orange, I think you'd be better off just wearing a white T-shirt. You'd stand out more. But, we got to be careful out there. And other than that, we're just going to sit back and copy the mail and keep your eyes open. That's about all you can do. Sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
Keep your head on a swivel, right? Look all directions. All right, what do you see here? News break coming up. Here's a recall. I heard they had a Toyota recall they mentioned at the top of the yard. This is PACCAR recalling several thousand Peterbilt 579s after discovering an issue with the step assembly. Specifically, the recall affects more than 3,500 2022 Peterbilt 579 trucks, I guess brand new trucks. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the bolts that hold the chassis fairing step assembly in the closed position may loosen and fracture the latch attachment, causing the fairing assembly to flex. A partially unsecured cab step can unexpectedly move while entering or exiting the cab, which would increase the risk of injury. So they will be notifying the affected Peterbilt 579 trucks. Apparently dealers, they say, will add new fasteners and a bracket at no charge. But there you go, brand new Peterbilts, and it's news break time. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Single illegal immigrant men are being distributed throughout the U.S.
Dozens of illegal immigrants are getting a free pass into America thanks to the Biden administration. Reports are coming in. Our government in unmarked buildings and buses are processing and redistributing single male immigrants in Brownsville, Texas. That's a violation of Title 42. At the airport, some of the immigrants claim to be going to Atlanta, Houston, and Miami. White House spokesperson Jen Psaki.
We continue to be under Title 42. We have a stringent protocol and includes those who do not show up will be subject to the repercussions of that.
Department of Homeland Security claims 47,000 illegal immigrants ordered to appear did not. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Moderna announced Wednesday the first participant has been dosed in the company's clinical trial of a booster shot specific to the Omicron variant. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, a couple of quick industry headlines here. A man wanted in the fatal shooting of a truck driver last spring has finally been apprehended. Tuesday, the U.S. Marshals and Baton Rouge police arresting Georgia resident Deron Demond Bell, 20 years old, connection with the shooting death of a truck driver, Joseph Biggs, South Carolina resident. Biggs was killed back in April of 2021 in Greensboro, Georgia. Authorities said Briggs was traveling west on I-20 when his vehicle veered off the road, crossed the eastbound lanes, and crashed into a wooded area near the 132-mile marker When the Greene County Sheriff's Office responded to the crash, deputies discovered Briggs had been shot multiple times in a suspected road rage incident. He was dead on the scene. Arrest warrants were issued for Bell the following day. After months of investigation, police were finally able to track Bell down to a Louisiana apartment complex where he was arrested without incident. Again on Tuesday, finally. Well, another bad guy off the streets, right? And not a good day for this driver. Police say a truck driver is okay after partially crashing off an overpass in Indiana Wednesday morning at the 83-mile marker on the Indiana Toll Road, which left the truck's trailer hanging down over the railroad tracks below the overpass. Authorities say there were no other vehicles involved. The truck driver was not hurt, but obviously the eastbound lanes of the toll road were closed for several hours as they had to get that trailer. Looking at the photographs, it looks like a FedEx trailer hanging off the overpass there in Indiana. All right, with that, let's get back to your calls. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Oh, man, over. I'm right in the middle of road construction now. They do me talking.
All right, take care of business. Both hands on the wheel. Pay attention to what you got going on there, right? Okay, I'll put him back in queue. Hey, let's jump down to Hillbilly Tex. Morning, Tex.
What? Good morning, Steve. I'm sitting down here at exit 81 off the big 7-5, tipping a hat and waving a hand to all my brother and sister truckers out there.
Yes, sir.
I'll even wave and tip a hat to some of us that ain't even driving anymore or got the other jobs that listen to the show. I want to tell you something. That there song of Big Moose's, that thing went viral because I sent it to about 10,000 people yesterday all over the world.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I sent it to this one and that and I'd send it to that one. So, yeah, it done went viral. And so we got to get that to going there, you know. I just hope everybody's good, and I hope that that lady cow hauler down yonder, I hope she's doing okay. Even though she tore up a new truck, and she got bunged up a little bit. But everybody pray for her that everything be all right. Monkey Gouger fill you in more about it when he calls in. But like I say, I'm a tip and a hat and everything. It's 23 right here and going down fast. And tell old Billy the kid, I got the fire stoked up and I'll be a tooting the whistle when it comes through here.
Okay.
And I hope you and yourn have a good night, Steve. And we'll be sitting back here just listening and cutting up and stoking the firewood and may drink a cool belly washer directly.
Skullbuster. All right.
That's right. Yeah. Well, anyway, everybody have a safe night, a safe trip, and we'll talk at you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Good to have you on board there. Hillbilly Tex, be safe out there. Thanks for listening in. All right, looking at 19 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Buckeye Boy. Hey there, Buckeye Boy, checking in. They're in Aquaville, Illinois. It's a nippy 26 degrees. On my way to Salt Lake City. I'm happy to have missed all that nasty weather at the Colorado-Kansas line. Man, hope nothing else on the way or anywhere from Salt Lake City, here to Salt Lake City. Anyway, it's my opinion that the only way conservatives are going to get anything done with this guy in office is that we get super majorities in the House and the Senate. that would allow them to override any veto to legislation that we need to get this country back on the right track. But yeah, love the Big Moose's song there. He's an amazing man. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, I mean, wishful thinking, but yeah, Buckeye boy, I mean, just the mere fact of maybe taking the simple majority in the House, in the Senate, that'd be a step in the right direction. I don't think, I mean, even with the big red wave, I don't think there's a chance of a super majority, but in either case. All right, let's see. Buckwheat checking in. We've got a whopping 10 degrees in Denver, PA. On the way to New York City. Drive safe, everybody. Hillbilly Bob checking in. Big hand to the Big M driver here in Michigan. All right, great to have you all on board. About 18 before the hour. All right, let's get on down to Big Sexy. I'll give Knucklebuster a little more time since he's in the traffic there. Hello, Big Sexy.
Hey, Steve. You gonna make me follow Hillbilly Tex? That's a hard act to follow there.
I hear you.
Now that song of Moose's, you need to keep that in the opening deal. You need to make that a permanent part of it.
I talked to Big Moose after the show yesterday morning. He was just waking up, and you know, he said, I didn't know you were actually going to play that thing. I was just sitting there, you know, goofing around, horsing around at the, you know, wrote a little jingle for you there. But I said, you know, I detected a little bit of Dave Dudley. He said, you got it. He said, I was actually listening to a Dave Dudley album. You know, he was the quintessential trucking music man. Yeah. And he said, Steve needs something like a Dave Dudley sounding thing for his opening theme. Now, I think he said he's going to get the guys together, get the band together, and actually maybe go into get a real studio quality version of it done.
Yeah, get a full song, a couple more verses on it. You know?
Yeah, make a couple minutes
long.
Get
a full song going. Yeah. And like I said, you need to keep that in the opening deal there. Make that a permanent part of the show.
That was sounds like a plan to me.
I meant to call in last night.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I think
I meant to call in last night. And I didn't get a chance. But I was listening. My phone blew up. You know, Moose said I didn't know he was going to play it. What in the world are they talking about? So as soon as I pulled out the paper, I went to YouTube and backed it up to the first of the show to where I could hear the opening part of it. And that was the first I'd heard of it. But yeah, you need to keep that in your opening deal. And I'll back out of here. Maybe Knucklebuster's had enough time now that he got whatever he was dealing with taken care of, and give him a chance.
All right. Well, thanks for being on board tonight. Be safe out there and stay warm, right? All right. What are you? Mickey D's, McDonald's. According to the report out of New York, McDonald's is going to add several of what they call them hacks, menu hacks, to their official menu items starting January 31st. So that's Monday, right? There are several menu hacks that will become official items that you can order from the menu. Now, what the heck is a menu hack? Yeah, this is where somebody like me makes a YouTube or a TikTok video or whatever, and they'll take, say, a double cheeseburger and also a fish sandwich and kind of combine the two. A fish in between your double cheeseburger patties or whatever. And I think they call it a surf and turf, right? Ever heard of that? Are you ready for Land, Air, and Sea? Land, Air, and Sea combines a Big Mac, a McChicken, and a filet of fish into one giant sandwich. It doesn't sound all that appealing to me. Get ready for a full day's worth of calories if you eat that item. The McDonald's website nutrition calculator shows if you combine all those sandwiches, it's 1,330 calories, 69 grams of total fat, 124 grams of carbs, and 19 grams of sugar. Now, if you're worried about salt, well, it's 2,150 milligrams for those sandwiches. Then you'll have, there's the surf and turf. That's a fillet of fish added to the middle of a double cheeseburger. How about the crunchy double, which combines a double cheeseburger with a bed of chicken McNuggets covered with tangy barbecue sauce? The crunchy double. The breakfast menu also has a menu hack. The hash brown McMuffin. Pretty much what you would expect. A hash brown added inside a sausage McMuffin. Now, you will be able to order the menu hacks by name, but here's the kicker. You'll have to actually build the sandwich yourself. For example, if you order the surf and turf, what they're going to give you is a filet of fish sandwich and a double cheeseburger in the bag. You got to put them together yourself. So I don't, but you can order it by name. I'd like the surf and turf, please. Double cheeseburger and a fish sandwich. Okay. Got to find a new way to make a buck. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I will just assume this guy was trying to sell a gun and found somebody, a stranger, somebody had never met before, via the likes of social media or something, and made arrangements to meet them to sell the weapon, which kind of immediately turned into the proverbial nightmare. From Rowan County, North Carolina, 3 people charged after a man was found naked, severely beaten, and bound with zip ties in the trunk of a car parked in a quarry in North Carolina. According to the Rowan County Sheriff's Office, the victim, who's now recovering in the hospital, was robbed and beaten when he tried to sell a gun to a woman about 40 miles northeast of Charlotte, North Carolina. The chase began when deputies were called to a house in reference to suspicious circumstances. WBTV reports they noted that there were bleach stains on the floor, a large blood stain in a bedroom. They also found bloody towels in a laundry hamper. Initially, detectives were unable to locate a victim, but the next day, they received a call from a nearby hospital about an assault victim who had suffered a broken sternum, facial fractures, and other injuries. They also learned the fire department responded to a call near a rock quarry the previous day. It was there that first responders found the victim in the trunk of his own vehicle. Naked, hands bound together with zip ties. Once the victim was able to speak with detectives, they said he told investigators he had gone to that location to sell a gun to Jacqueline Nicole Corll. He remembered falling asleep and then seeing trees and hearing voices. Said he remembered the names of his alleged attackers. Police arresting Corll and two others on Tuesday, William Troy Wilson and Thomas Llewellyn, all facing multiple charges related to the incident. Bond set at $150,000 for Corll and Wilson, $155,000 for Llewellyn. You got to be careful about just meeting perfect strangers out there in any circumstance. Yes, indeed. That's right. I guess they had left him out there in the trunk thinking he'd probably just die out there. All right, with that, what are we looking at? About 6 before the hour. Let's see. Take two there. Knuckle Buster, are you doing all right now, or?
Oh, yeah, we're doing great now, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, I got a water blaster for sale. Meet me in the dark on the back road back there behind the truck stop there.
Yeah.
And I'll be the one wearing the hoodie and the face mask, and we'll just take care of business back there, you know. Make lots of money with you, too, now. Yeah, boy, McDonald's, the original choke and puke, boy. Oh, man, I'm telling you, choke that stuff down, puke it up, boy. Let me tell you something. Hey, I got that voice actor y'all got doing that commercial, that babbling baby. Yes. That is the worst voice actor I have ever heard in my life. Y'all need to get rid of that commercial.
Oh, yeah. I thought it sounded like a real baby.
Nah,
no?
I don't think so. That's sad, man. I'm going to tell you something there. Well, when you get around to talking about the industry headlines, I'm going to send you a link. This is the latest technology, Steve. It's to prevent truck rollovers. And what they're talking about is your trailer just automatically detaches itself from the truck.
I saw the report about that. Yeah, I mean, if you get like out there and if you're caught out in the high winds or whatever, and your trailer starts to blow over, it'll automatically detach from your cab, so your actual cab doesn't roll over, right?
Right. Well, they parked it in behind a jet to demonstrate it. Well, I don't go around parking my truck in behind the jet and then letting them fire the motors up and me be in the way, right?
All right.
I don't know. That'd be scary to me. You know, I'm driving down the road and then I'll get just a slight puff of wind, and the sensors are in the fifth wheel. So if it gets a little grease on it there, is that going to throw it off a little bit? I mean, I don't know. Might be, and then all of a sudden I look back there and I ain't got a trailer no more. That's crazy. I mean, some of this stuff is just too unreal there. So anyway, That's all of my bull only for today. Well, not really. I might call in a little later on. McDonald's is your kind of place. Hamburgers in your face. French fries between your toes. Pickle up your nose. Oh, and don't forget their great malt shakes made from polluted lakes. McDonald's is your kind of place. Take me out of here, Mr. Steve Sommers.
You remembered that as a kid, right? Oh, boy, that's... All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I'm looking at, he did forward the story. A California startup company known as Axicle, A-X-I-C-L-E, Axicle, has demonstrated their new tractor-trailer safety device in a dramatic video. This is the Trailer Anti-Roll System, TARS, T-A-R-S for short. It's a fifth wheel. It's a coupling that can automatically release a trailer from a semi if it's about to roll over. Again, then preventing the tractor with the driver on board from doing the same. We see that all too often. We've had plenty of instances of blow-over trucks with these big storms and wind events throughout the past fall. The system uses sensors to monitor the roll angle of the trailer and initiates an actuator that decouples the trailer if a rollover is imminent. While it would work in a variety of situations, including coming around a bend too quickly, the company used a jet, as Knucklebuster said, a Boeing 777, to show what would happen to a truck that's caught in those high wind sort of events. The test semi was parked perpendicularly behind the jet, directly in line with the exhaust from the engines, obviously simulating a high wind event. Within a few seconds on the video, the truck starts to lean before the TARS, the fifth wheel, releases the trailer, which then tips onto its side, and the tractor remains upright. Now, again, according to this startup company, they say nearly, what's the number? That's a pretty big number. Is it 9,000? Yeah, company says nearly 9,000 injuries and 400 fatalities every year are connected to semi-truck rollover accidents. That's, I guess it happens a lot more than I ever thought. That accounts for $3.5 billion in damages. Right now, they say pre-orders are being accepted with a projected price tag of $4,100. And the company estimates that the product's use will result in a 25% savings on vehicle insurance or $2,000 to $3,000 annually. So with this device, I guess the insurance for your tractor would be pretty dramatically reduced because you're not going to be destroying your tractor in a potential rollover incident due to high winds. Okay, we'll see if it pans out, but let's get our news update. Top of the hour has arrived, and much more to come here on a Thursday morning. Our number 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A requirement to get vaccinated against COVID-19 kicks in Thursday for millions of healthcare workers in about half of U.S. states. The mandate will start in states that did not challenge the Biden administration rule. The mandate will take effect later in February for the other states that had filed lawsuits. Earlier this month, the U.S. Supreme Court lifted injunctions that had put the vaccine mandate on hold. In related news, OSHA officially ended its emergency temporary standard on Wednesday. It had required COVID-19 vaccinations or weekly tests in workplaces with 100 or more employees. The news comes after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled this month that OSHA did not have the authority to require such mandates for businesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
Single, illegal immigrant men are being distributed throughout the U.S.
Dozens of illegal immigrants are getting a free pass into America thanks to the Biden administration. Reports are coming in our government in unmarked buildings and buses are processing and redistributing single male immigrants in Brownsville, Texas. That's a violation of Title 42. At the airport, some of the immigrants claim to be going to Atlanta, Houston, and Miami. White House spokesperson Jen Psaki.
We continue to be under Title 42. We have a stringent protocols, and we are still in a global pandemic, and includes those who do not show up will be subject to the repercussions of that.
Department of Homeland Security claims 47,000 illegal immigrants ordered to appear did not. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell backed up his group's idea that an interest rate hike in March is likely. The belief is that a slightly higher rate might help slow inflation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is calling it quits in June. Here's what to expect for a confirmation hearing.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is reportedly calling it quits at the end of this term. The 83-year-old has been on the court for nearly 28 years and is described as a pragmatic liberal. As far as what we can expect in a confirmation hearing, Garrett Gentry is a former advisor to Neil Gorsuch.
This is a long, grueling process. You'll have Republicans who will have to figure out, obviously, what to see who the nominee is. But I think figuring out who the nominee is and figuring out what those attacks are on that nominee and trying to stonewall it. Because this nominee, whoever it is, when they get confirmed, could be on the bench for 2-3 decades, ruling on some of the big issues of the day, from the Second Amendment all the way down to abortion. So this certainly is going to set up a big battle going into the midterms.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Nissan is recalling more than 793,000 small SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because water can get into the wiring in the driver's footwell, cause corrosion, and could start a fire. The recall covers Nissan Rogue SUVs from the 2014 through 2016 model years. Singer-songwriter Neil Young is removing his music from Spotify after telling the company to choose him or Joe Rogan. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Hey, the Big Moose Part 2. The remastered version. And welcome back, another hour, the Overnight Drive. Yes, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. The Secret Bunker. What else going on? Let's see, I think Gilligan sent me the link here. The Coast Guard battling time and currents Wednesday as planes and ships search for 38 people missing off the coast of Florida. Yeah, sadly, I think those 38 people became shark bait. Because we're now 4 days after a suspected human smuggling boat capsized in a storm. Now, the accident killed, they know, at least one person and left a single survivor to date. Captain Joanne Burdian says the survivor told rescuers the boat capsized Saturday evening shortly after sailing from the Bahamas into a storm. Coast Guard was alerted Tuesday morning after the crew of a merchant vessel spotted a man sitting alone on the overturned hull of a 25-foot boat. He was taken to a hospital, symptoms of dehydration, sun exposure, turned over to Homeland Security officials who said he is conscious and lucid. Finding other migrants alive, obviously, is getting less and less likely with each passing moment. With every moment that passes, it becomes more dire and more unlikely that any survivors will be found. Crews have been searching around the clock, extrapolating from where the wreck was spotted, about 40 miles off of Fort Pierce. By Wednesday morning, crews on at least 4 ships and 5 aircraft were scanning a vast area about the size of New Jersey. The Coast Guard then posted this past evening. Crews will continue that search through the night, so they're out there as we speak, searching. We are using every piece of information we can to make sure we're exhausting our search efforts, but we can't search forever. Now, the forecast for today calls for scattered rain and thunderstorms in the search area. Swells cresting to 2 to 3 feet, winds blowing 12 to 15 miles per hour. So it's relatively benign until that strong cold front arrives on Friday. Homeland Security has opened an investigation, a criminal probe. They say you're dealing with criminal organizations that have no value for human life whatsoever or safety. It's really victimizing the migrants. It's all about the money for them. They have interviewed the survivor, but they would not identify the man nor his nationality, nor reveal the nationalities any of the others they believe were on that vessel. But he told the Coast Guard he was part of a group of 40 people who left Bimini in the Bahamas. Said the boat capsized a short time thereafter. No one on board was wearing a life jacket. Now, there was a small craft advisory issued as a severe cold front blew through the dangerous passage Saturday and Sunday. Winds at that time, 23 miles per hour, swells up to 9 feet. Now, there was a local fishing guide, said there were high winds and fierce rain squalls out there from Sunday into Monday. So, yeah, pretty much all drowned, shark bait, and very sad, though. The price you pay trying to get into the country illegally, right? All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Take two. Is that Tex?
That's me, Steve. Hey, thank you for taking my call, man. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
is that me feeding back here?
I got you. What's happening?
Thank you for taking my call back. Hey, y'all was talking about them breakaway fifth wheels.
Yeah.
That ain't no new technology because we was using them in the early 80s down on them 48-foot Plymouth end dump rock buckets. Because we down there in Texas and Louisiana, down there in the swamp, and you stick a trailer 48 foot in the air and get a little soft spot on one set of axles. Them bosses, they said we can buy a trailer, or we can buy 10 trailers for what we can buy one truck for, So that ain't no new technology. Hello.
Well, very interesting. It's the first I've heard of anything like that, but I'll take your word for it. You've been dealing with something similar to it for years.
Oh, yeah. We used them back in the early 80s, especially on them long end dump rock buckets, because they raise up 48 foot in the air, and then you got just 4 tires sitting on the ground. You get a little soft spot or something, and because you got to drag that thing up forward while that thing's in the air to let that stuff come out of that end dump. So I just letting y'all know that ain't new technology there. It's been around for several years.
All righty. Well, you learn something every day,
I appreciate you taking me back.
Absolutely. You got it. Good to have you with us. Let me see. I'm going to get to Eskimo Mom. She sent me a link here. I guess it's kind of like up in her neck of the woods. Yeah, about this time, 24 hours ago, this was all kind of an unfolding situation up in the Dayton area. A statement from WHIO says the killing of a Lyft driver, according to a Lyft spokesperson, is reprehensible. Our hearts are with the driver's loved ones during this incredibly difficult time, as well as with an individual driver who was impacted by this behavior. We reached out to law enforcement to offer our assistance with their investigation. And we'll continue to try to combat this senseless violence and help keep drivers safe. Okay, so this is, you've got Uber, you've got Lyft. I guess this is the one nightmare that any Uber or Lyft driver or taxi driver, anyone that does these sort of things, it's their nightmare. A 35-year-old man working as a Lyft driver shot and killed. Police have now taken 4 juveniles into custody stemming from the man's death. A separate carjacking of another Lyft driver and a SWAT standoff, according to Dayton police. They held a press conference this past afternoon, said the early morning shooting was linked to an hours-long SWAT standoff. It started as a carjacking involving the first Lyft driver, about 1 o'clock in the morning Wednesday. The driver, only identified as a woman, was robbed of her car, her wallet, and cell phone at gunpoint by 4 people. Then about an hour later, 2 a.m., police were called on a call of a person shot, where they found the 35-year-old man dead after he was shot and crashed his car into a parked car. Victim's name not released pending notification of family, but during this time, according to the police, we have 2 concurrent investigations, one by the robbery squad detectives and one by our homicide detectives. Communication between these 2 units and initial investigation did reveal these 2 crimes were actually linked. The investigation led officers to a home where the vehicle was located, as well as multiple people in the house that refused to come out. That's when police surrounded the house for hours, later requesting SWAT officers. The standoff ended with multiple people detained and brought in for questioning. 4 juveniles between the ages of 15 and 16 taken into custody after the SWAT standoff. All 4 have been charged with 2 counts of aggravated robbery and 1 count of murder. Well, so after the standoff, they found additional evidence linking these individuals to both of these incidents. A weapon believed to be used in both crimes was recovered in the home as well. What they were doing, this mode of operation that was being used to summon a ride share and then during the transaction rob the driver. Investigators believe the juveniles were also attempting to rob the 35-year-old driver when he was shot and killed. There have been similar reports in the area that have occurred recently. Police are working with other agencies and partnerships for possible connections. But, yeah, who wants to be an Uber or a Lyft driver right now, especially in that area? Now, maybe these are the only suspects, or are there others out there doing the same thing? But all right, welcome in, Eskimo Mom. How we doing this morning?
Oh, we plan truck driver. I can't wait till this weather start warming up. But when Horse Feathers was talking about that one Maryland state senator that wants to pass a bill to protect transit workers, how can you protect the transit workers, and how can you protect Lyft and protect Uber when you've got a group of thugs out there? And I'll be blunt, those kids are thugs. That want to just rob and kill and beat and steal from folks.
Yeah.
We need to. The biggest question is at this time is 15 and 16-year-olds. Where were the parents at that time? Why weren't these kids in bed getting ready for school in the morning?
Yeah, exactly. Because they're out there 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. You're right, 15, 16-year-olds, and apparently, I don't know how many more did they say how many more were in the home? These were the 4 that they took into custody, but it sounds like there was more in the home.
I couldn't tell you offhand with this news story, but because I really didn't catch a lot of the local news, but it sounds like this was it almost sounds like it was one of these these sprees going on that these kids were getting hot and must have been getting a thrill out of robbing, doing whatever they wanted to, and now it's going to come back to bite them, and hopefully it ends and it stops right there, and these kids get themselves put through into adult. I'm hoping that they go to adult court.
Wow.
Because at 15, 16 they should. If you're going to be doing something like that, you don't need to be in juvenile court. You need to be in adult court and face the consequences for what you're doing.
Yep.
And make these kids an example before somebody else gets killed.
Horrible for the Lyft drivers up there. I mean, within 2 hours, two separate drivers. I guess they were just, let's make a buck. Let's call an Uber, have them go here, have them go there, and we'll rob them.
Yeah, it's like, and all they're trying to do is they're like some taxi drivers. All they're trying to do is just make some money, and feed their families or whatever goal they have. And it's just sad to see that happen to them.
I have to assume these juveniles had probably had like a stolen credit card or something that they were using, because I mean that's one way they kind of like track who's ordered the ride sharing via the credit card, debit card. All right, horrible. It is 844-844-3388. Back into here Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I think Eagle mentioned it last evening. They said, here's our next variant. Oh, no. What they're referring to is the stealth version of Omicron. Another mutation. Scientists and health officials around the world keeping their eyes on the descendant of Omicron. It's now been found in at least 40 countries, including here in the USA. This version of COVID, which scientists are calling BA2, is widely considered stealthier than the original version of Omicron because particular genetic traits make it somewhat harder to detect, which some scientists worry it could be more contagious, but there's a lot we still don't know about, including whether it evades the vaccines better or causes more severe disease. We don't know. But since mid-November, more than 36 countries have uploaded nearly 15,000 genetic sequences of BA2. Now, I've got this global platform for sharing COVID data, As of Tuesday morning, 96 of those sequenced cases were from here in the United States. Thus far, we haven't seen it start to gain ground yet. According to a pathologist at Houston Methodist in Texas, this doctor had identified 3 cases of the mutant. It appears to be more common right now in Asia and Europe. In Denmark, it made up 45% of all their cases in mid-January, which was up from 20% just 2 weeks earlier. What we know about this version, BA2, has lots of mutations. About 20 of them in the spike protein that studs the outside of the virus are shared with the original Omicron, but it also has additional genetic changes not seen in the initial version. It is not clear how significant those mutations are, especially in a population that's encountered the original Omicron variant. But for now, the original version, which is BA1, and now BA2 are considered subsets of Omicron. Global health leaders could give it its own Greek letter if it is deemed a globally significant variant of concern. The quick spread of BA2 in some places is raising concerns that it could take off. Oh boy. It's just one variant after another. What do we get tomorrow? Somebody said, when does the midterm variant come out? AKA midterm elections. Yeah, you think? You're probably right. Hey there, Philip, how you been?
I've been doing okay, trying to survive from this damn COVID stuff and vacation. I'm doing better now since I took my vacation.
All right.
Sorry I haven't been on this week.
Okay, I wondered. I was hoping you weren't down. Yeah, I thought you might have made a turn for the worse and got sicker or something.
No, I had planned on taking off over the weekend. Me and my son were tentatively planning to go down to Bradenton to the GTR World Cup and watch the cars race. And then week 4 of that, we got that COVID stuff coming through, and then my wife got it, and it was a total crap show after that. So we just decided to stay home, and we've watched the results on YouTube on Sunday on who won and who our favorite drivers were. But it's just been one of those weeks taking off. I see. Have you seen? We've been down in the news here lately, Steve, down here in Florida.
I know you've been in the news on my end talking about the cold weather coming your way, but what else you got?
Well, I tell you what, I really appreciate these people we put in office down here that somebody's trying to be confirmed as a Surgeon General for our state of Florida here. He's been in the deal for 4 months, working his butt off, and they're finally getting around to confirming him. And those people got to shove questions down his throat, and then have the audacity to walk out and say, we got other things to do besides listen to you. I don't know if y'all saw the footage yesterday, but we ain't got a new Surgeon General about 4 months ago, and the man's been in office. He's been trying to do the best he can. He's running by the rules of the state of Florida that's been, put up there. He got beat down yesterday. I don't know if have you seen that article on any of that?
No, I've not seen anything in relation to that. No, sir.
If you get a chance, pull it up. All you got to do is put Florida Surgeon General confirmation hearing.
Okay.
And, boy, the Democrats, they really showed their tails yesterday. I tell you, I was very, very disappointed in the way they were acting towards this guy. This guy's been busting his butt the last 4 months trying to help the governor with everything going on with Omicron and everything else going on in the monoclonal thing. That kind of fell through down here because they said that's not really working, which I don't know about that. That was on TV too as well yesterday. Everybody's saying it doesn't work and all this other stuff. But the Surgeon General, though, he's got 2 more confirmation things to go through. But these guys, they beat up on him, and it was really unprofessional of them. And they basically told the chairman that if they had any other thing that was really pertinent to talk about, they'd come back, and they walked out on it yesterday. So, kudos to them. I guess whoever they think they're Billy Badbutt or something, I don't know, but it really showed how acidine sometimes people can be in office.
Wow.
One of the things the Surgeon General had to do, and he did it a couple of weeks ago, is, and I know we're a little bit below the hour here, I'm sorry, but the health department, the head of the health department in Orange County, which is named Raul Pino. Okay, Mr. Pino he's been amazing through this whole thing. He's been working with people, but he's kind of political in some areas, and he's pursued the vaccine thing a little bit more than what's needed to be pursued. People have a choice on whether they want to do it or not. And this guy reprimanded him for it and kind of took him out for a little bit because of it. And it was because of the state laws, because when they're in office, they're not supposed to push the vaccinating for the laws that are in the state of Florida right now. And so he reprimanded him and took him out for a little bit. And they brought that up in it yesterday. And, it's one thing after another with the politics and this COVID thing, and it's ridiculous. It's just stupid. So, but on the better note, got a SpaceX launch today about 6:11, something like that. Going to be this satellite going up with I think it's going to be a telescope that they're going to use to map the Earth. That's going up today, so that's going to be interesting. And the Starship, it's getting off the ground still. So
okay,
it's been pretty interesting times down here. So, but that's where I was, bud, and I hope you guys make out okay. And we'll catch you later, bud.
All right, next time we converse, maybe we'll talk a bit more about the SpaceX rocket booster that's going to crash into the moon here in another week or so. Did you catch that one? All right, news break time here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Single, illegal immigrant men are being distributed throughout the U.S.
Dozens of illegal immigrants are getting a free pass into America thanks to the Biden administration. Reports are coming in. Our government and unmarked buildings and buses are processing and redistributing single male immigrants in Brownsville, Texas. That's a violation of Title 42. At the airport, some of the immigrants claim to be going to Atlanta, Houston, and Miami. White House spokesperson Jen Psaki.
We continue to be under Title 42. We have a stringent protocol and includes those who do not show up will be subject to the repercussions of that.
Department of Homeland Security claims 47,000 illegal immigrants ordered to appear did not. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Moderna announced Wednesday the first participant has been dosed in the company's clinical trial of a booster shot specific to the Omicron variant. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Use an EDT
My local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about that? Knuckle Buster sends me the story from Newser. Yeah, the original voice of Charlie Brown, dead at 65. Peter Robbins took his own life last week, according to his family in a statement. And they say he had checked himself into a mental hospital soon after Christmas, but left on January the 18th despite hospital staff requesting that he stay longer. Born in Los Angeles, 1956, began voicing Charlie Brown as a child. In 1963, had given up the role by 1970. But the latter part of his life, marked by mental health struggles, some time behind bars, sentenced to 4 years in prison in 2015 after making criminal threats, including against a San Diego County sheriff. Apparently, he'd been suffering from bipolar disorder, paranoid schizophrenia. A couple of years ago, pleaded guilty to threatening his ex-girlfriend and stalking her plastic surgeon. All right. You can hear his voice in, of course, A Charlie Brown Christmas from 1965. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, in 1966. Then 1969, a feature film, A Boy Named Charlie Brown. He also appeared in some of the later specials, including its 20th television anniversary, Charlie Brown and You Don't Look 40, Charlie Brown. And he carried the beloved Peanuts character with him. He had a tattoo of Charlie Brown and Snoopy on his arm. He did guests and also guest starred in a number of television shows, including Blondie, The Munsters in the 60s and 70s, worked as a DJ, according to Deadline as well. But, all right, the voice of Charlie Brown silenced. All right, now let's get back to the calls here and check in with, let's try Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Glad you have a deal one.
Feeling better after your bout with COVID? How sick did you get? Not too bad, or was it pretty rough?
I come through pretty good, actually, being Marianne. Really, we didn't have any of the real bad symptoms. I mean, we both got a fever. You know, we got the aches and pains and the tiredness and a little bit of a cough. Her more so than me. Actually, my wife, she got worse symptoms out of it than I did. But you know, we went Thursday evening. She'd been sick for a couple of days. I'd been begging her to go to the doctor. But Thursday evening, I got up, going to go to work. About 5 o'clock, I started feeling really tired and wore down. And I'm like, just maybe I ain't slept enough, you know. And then I got about 7 o'clock, it really started hitting me. I was really feeling the side effects of it. So Friday, I called in. Friday, she wasn't going to go to the doctor. I said, well, we both need to go the way we're feeling. She tested positive on the rapid test. I tested negative, but they said more than likely I haven't. I've just got such an early stage that rapid test, it doesn't show positive. So they took the 2-day test. Sure enough, I was positive. But I'm back driving up 81 eating Reese's Cups. So I'm doing pretty good now. You know, hey, my daughter has come up with the solution with my Reese's Cup problem. She has decided I can cut my Reese's Cups back to 1 Reese's Cup a week.
1 a week.
Guess how I'm going to do it?
It's going to be the 4-pound Reese's Cup.
Oh, you figured it out. Yep. Just cut it up. Just going to eat 1 Reese's Cup a week. Yep. Yeah, I'd like to say a shout out to all those members of the Overnight Drive that kept me and Marianne in their thoughts and prayers. I sure appreciate it. You know, Rumbler, he was there this evening talking to me. Yeah, special prayer out to my stepson. That's between me and him. Anybody that knows me, they want to ask me, that's fine. You know, I'd rather not broadcast it. Stone, I mean, Jolly Green, Eskimo Mom, Sparrow Feather, and all them. Yeah, I appreciate the thoughts and prayers. By the way, I sent you a link of a story. I think it was the Loudoun County School Board's out of the gate in Virginia. Fortunately, well, I think it's the principal of one of the schools there in Loudoun County, actually. Have you got the one about putting the litter boxes in the bathrooms?
I see that. I just pulled it up. What the hell's the deal?
The principal has now had to send out a memo to the parents that he will not be placing litter boxes into the restrooms for those students that identify themselves as Burmans. You know, the people that believe they're part animal. I mean, you want to dress up as an animal and stuff like that, that's your business. But why do we have to have a memo saying we're not going to put a litter box in the bathroom? This is getting out of control, Steve. Well, it's been out of control. That's just the latest example of it. Okay, can you imagine walking into the bathroom and there's some guy down there squatting down on a litter box?
I mean, this is a new one. I guess we can add to this insane list. I mean, it says 1/3 of the furry community. That's what they identify as furries. One third identify as exclusively heterosexual. Furries are 5 times as likely to identify as LGBTQ, questioning, intersex, asexual, pansexual, exactly. Furries.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Boy.
Hey, you want to dress up like a cat, a dog, a raccoon, or whatever, and not exposing yourself, I don't care. But when it comes down to the point where we're bowing down to these people and doing such stuff as this, that's crazy.
Some people need some, they need some, mental advice, some consultation, some therapy. Yeah, it's Midland Public Schools where as you said, the superintendent sends an email to parents to dispel a rumor that they had placed litter boxes in restrooms for those students who identified as animals or furries. Now, I said, it's unconscionable that I'm sending this communication. Let me be clear. In this communication, there's no truth whatsoever to this false statement or accusation. There have not been litter boxes in Midland Public Schools. Where did the rumors start? Apparently, a resident stated at a Board of Education meeting that litter boxes were placed in student restrooms for children who identify themselves as furries. Furries, according to WebMD, the website WebMD, furries are people who have an interest in anthropomorphic animals or animals with human qualities. Many furries create their own animal character or fursona with functions as their avatar with furry communities. The furry community itself is known for its diversity and acceptance. Oh my gosh, you people are nuts. I identify as what? Something furry. All right, with that, you can't make this stuff up. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Brain Dead. He just had to check in via email. He said, I was an hour and a half late getting my bills tonight. Okay, and if Dingbat calls in, you might as well ask old Rocky Top, how did the Gators play? Uh-oh. There's that little rivalry thing they got going on. About 10 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, with a name like Horse Feathers, I presume you must identify as something furry.
Yeah, possibly, Your Honor. Does this bring the new meaning to the sheep being scared? Just a question.
Insanity. Just crazy.
Yeah, hey, how long ago did I tell you the world's going crazy? And I told you a while back we had to give that up and just gone to insane. And I think we're just right off the rails now. I don't even think insane applies, but I think we're going right off the rails. Bring it all on. Come on, Mambla. We need Mambla out here. Where'd they go? They were used to be in the news. Come on, bring them all back. We got to get it all out here. So as far as Eskimo Mom goes, I got a bad feeling that those characters out there are going to get only charged as juveniles, 14 and 15. Yeah, I don't know. The way things are right now, I don't see him being charged as an adult. Possibly, I don't know. Yeah, but I wouldn't guarantee it. I wouldn't be betting on it.
Yeah.
So, but that it goes for everybody. I mean, Pappy talked about getting food delivered the other day from DoorDash. You got the DoorDash people and your pizza delivery people and your taxi cab and Uber and Lyft and all them people. They're all out there by themselves all night long. And so, yeah, they're in a bad situation. I don't think a law from Chris Von Holland, our junior senator in Maryland's gonna do anything to protect them, because these people are out there just wanting to commit the crime and steal whatever they can, and they're not going to be scared of it. I mean, for the most part, number one, they probably won't be prosecuted. If they are, they won't get a bad sentence. And if they do end up with a sentence, well, they'll probably be turned out because, I don't know, son of Omicron or whatever virus it will have at that time. Is this going to be, that could be a good movie title, couldn't it? The next, this mutation, could it be the son of Omicron or whatever? Be a big movie title?
Son of Omicron, yes.
Yeah, there you go. So, but anyway, so what I called back about there is earlier tonight you were talking about Neil Young there getting off Spotify. Do you remember back in the 70s, this Southern rock group called Leonard Skinner? Didn't they say something about Neil Young needs to remember that a Southern man doesn't need him around anyhow? Wasn't that in like Freebird or something?
That doesn't ring a bell. I must not know my Leonard Skinner and Neil Young history.
Well, maybe the next break there. Maybe the next break you play some Freebird there. I don't know if you got that long to play that. It's a pretty long song.
Yeah, right.
But I think it said something about I hope Neil Young will remember that a Southern man doesn't need him around anyhow. So it's been 50 some years there. So yeah. I think we're still on that page, and it's probably more than just a Southern man at this point, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all the nonsense I can give you here. Knuckle Buster seems to be doing a pretty good job filling in, and that's about what I had. So, anyways, nothing else really new. We haven't come across much, but it's been a good listen to the show, and I'd be pretty scared having one of them fifth wheels that would automatically detach. Can you imagine my trailer just deciding it didn't want to be behind my truck anymore?
That would not be a good thing. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. So, anyways. All right. Hey, with all that, we'll let you go there, and it's definitely go look for an intelligent caller, please.
Oh boy. Now, I can see big sexies. Dial them right now. All right. Yeah, a couple minutes. We'll be getting top of the hour news update. Hey, you think you're paying too much at the grocery currently? We've talked inflation, the price increases over the past year. Oh boy. You ain't seen nothing yet. The makers of top food and consumer good brands planning to raise prices come spring. So never mind your hopes for a drop in your grocery bill. We start with Kraft Heinz. In a recent letter to its customers, they will raise prices in March on dozens of products, including Oscar Mayer cold cuts, hot dogs, sausages, bacon, Velveeta cheese, Maxwell House coffee, TGI Fridays frozen chicken wings, Kool-Aid, and Capri Sun drinks. Increases ranging from 6.6% on 12-ounce Velveeta fresh packs to as much as 30% on a 3-pack of Oscar Mayer turkey bacon. Most of the cold cuts and beef hot dogs will go up around 10%, coffee increasing about 5%. Some of their Kool-Aid and Capri Sun drink packs will increase by about 20%. As we enter a new year, inflation continues to dramatically impact the economy, says the letter from Kraft Heinz. Yeah, this was to, I guess, one of their wholesale customers. The wholesaler shared that letter on the condition of anonymity to protect their relationship with their suppliers. Kraft Heinz just becoming the latest manufacturer to announce plans to boost prices this year. Just last week, Procter & Gamble said that they will be raising prices for their retail customers by an average of about 8% next month. That would be Tide and Gain laundry detergents, Downy fabric softener, Bounce dryer seats, Conagra brands, which makes Slim Jim, Marie Callender's, and Birdseye, announcing they're going to raise prices later this year as well. If retailers decide to pass on any of these increased costs, these items will be, of course, more expensive for shoppers in stores. Consumer prices were up 7% annually in December, already the steepest climb in nearly 40 years. Now, yes, Kraft Heinz has already raised prices on some of these same foods in recent months. In October, they said they were increasing prices on Oscar Mayer cold cuts and hot dogs. Then in November, prices on Oscar Mayer beef, lean beef, and Angus hot dogs, cheese dogs, and other products went up about 9%. Since those November increases, Kraft Heinz says in the letter, they are facing constrained supply, logistics bottlenecks, and weather-driven crop losses. Costs have increased, including raw ingredients and freight costs, leading us to again bump up prices. Wow. I mean, in some of these products, 20-30% increase in prices, that's going to be definitely noticeable as you scroll down the products up and down the aisle. News update time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Moderna announced Wednesday that the first participant has been dosed in the company's phase 2 clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine booster shot that's specific to the Omicron variant. Moderna is advancing the trial to its next phase as research published Wednesday in the New England Journal of Medicine found that a booster dose of the vaccine remained durable against the Omicron variant, but did show signs of waning antibody protection. The White House said President Biden stands by his campaign pledge to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki would not confirm the news of Justice Stephen Breyer's retirement on Wednesday, but did say,
The President has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court and certainly stands by that.
Justice Breyer will retire in June. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listeners Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The FDA has blocked Florida from using alternate COVID-19 treatments.
The FDA bans what could be life-saving drugs in Florida. The Florida Department of Health said it was closing its monoclonal antibody treatment sites this week after the Food and Drug Administration restricted their use. Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis condemned the FDA's move and said 2,000 appointments were canceled on Tuesday alone.
The number of the people that seek this treatment are overwhelmingly people that have been vaccinated, but yet they're still infected, and many of them are high risk.
DeSantis said the decision to suspend the use of Regeneron and Eli Lilly monoclonal antibody treatments was made abruptly and without any notice or clinical data. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The EPA is taking a series of enforcement actions to address air pollution, unsafe drinking water, and other problems afflicting minority communities in the 3 Gulf Coast states of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A heart transplant patient will not receive a new lease on life because he isn't vaccinated against COVID-19.
A 31-year-old father has been removed from the heart transplant list at a Boston hospital because he will not submit to a COVID-19 shot. DJ Ferguson was first on the list to receive the transplant at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but administrators removed him after he declined the shot. Tracy Ferguson, DJ's mom, saying,
"He's not an anti-vaxxer. He just wants proof that it's not going to cause further harm in an already compromised body."
That audio courtesy of ABC's Good Morning America. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Nissan is recalling more than 793,000 small SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because water can get into the wiring in the driver's footwell, cause corrosion, and could start a fire. The recall covers Nissan Rogue SUVs from the 2014 through 2016 model years. Amy Schneider's 40-game winning streak on Jeopardy drew to a close on Wednesday after the history-making contestant lost to Chicago librarian Roan Telsma. Schneider, the show's second-highest all-time consecutive winner in Jeopardy history, lost with earnings of $19,600 to Telsma's $29,600. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
What do you think? Did Donald Trump kind of tip his hand this past day that he is indeed planning to run for president? Yeah, makes you kind of wonder. A video of Trump on the golf course that kind of went viral this past day as he offered a bit of a tease for a presidential run in 24. There's a voice on the video that says, "First on the tee, 45th President of the United States." To which Trump replies as he tees up his shot, 45th and 47th. It's not clear when the video was recorded. 45th and 47th. Well, he would not be the first U.S. president to serve non-consecutive terms if he were to win in 24. He would be the first since Grover Cleveland served as the 22nd and the 24th president. Benjamin Harrison served as president from 1889 to 93. Of course, Trump has not officially announced a campaign, but he continues to hold these rallies. Again, coming up this weekend. The next rally starting at, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. They're in Texas. Trump's expected to speak about 8 o'clock that evening. When asked in conservative media about his intentions or his timetable, he pretty much says the same thing every time he's asked, which is, "You will be very happy." You'll be very happy. At 75 years old, he says his decision not to announce at this point, it's because of what he calls antiquated campaign finance laws. I can't really because of campaign finance rules, regulations, he says. It's complicated, very stiff, and frankly quite antiquated, if you want to know the truth. It's ridiculous, really ridiculous. Of course, he had his rally in Arizona earlier this month, suggesting he's not only going to get involved in helping Republicans win back the majorities, but also taking back the White House. So there you go. All right, Scarecrow got you coming up here. Eagle, yes, what you got?
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you with us. What's up?
Okay, yeah, I'm still in a bad area, but I wanted to talk more about the border crisis situation. Steve, I remember talking to you, ever since this guy Biden's been in the White House. It's not a matter of, you seen what happened last month in Texas, Steve, when this terrorist got into the U.S. and did his deal over in the Waco, Texas area. Mm-hmm. And it could have been a lot worse than what it was, but it will get worse. It's not a matter, I always say, Steve, it's not a matter of if we're going to have another attack in the U.S., it's a matter of when. And since we no longer have a border on the southern border of Texas or the southern states, it's just a matter of time before one of these individuals from one of these countries that's on the terrorist list make its way into the USA and do some serious damage. That's the reason why it's not only the fact that you got illegals coming into Texas, Steve. This is the dereliction of duty by Biden. He's not doing his job. When he put his head on the Bible and took the oath for president of the USA, he said he was supposed to protect and serve. He's not protecting and serving the American people when he has open borders. Donald Trump said that the whole 4 years he was in the White House. And he's definitely not doing that. And like I say, it's just a matter of time. We got 3 more years of this guy. And I'm really scared for America that something real bad's going to happen. Somebody's going to come across that border that doesn't need to be here. And they got bad intentions, and they gonna try to carry out these intentions in the USA, and it all could have been avoided. This is the sad part about the whole deal, Steve. This is unavoidable. This doesn't even have to happen if Joe Biden was doing his job. That's the whole sad part about the whole deal, is that this man has not turned his back on the border of the southern border. That's what really disappoints me the most about this whole situation. And Steve, when they had the guy, you remember, I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago, they was talking about this girl that got killed out in San Francisco, California, by an illegal guy who came across the border. He killed this girl. This girl would be alive right now to this very day if that illegal wouldn't have got into the U.S. It's just, and then they just turn their back on these people, and it's just another death that could have been avoided. It's really a bad deal that we got going on. But here's the even worse thing, Steve, about what Biden is doing when it comes to the situation, is that like Trump said, we have a pandemic going on in the USA, Steve. You know that. These people, you gone over this night after night, week after week. These people are unvetted. They're not being tested for no kind of virus. Let me ask you something, Steve. I've asked you this question before. How can you get rid of a virus? How can the United States get rid of a virus when you keep bringing people in that have the virus? That as quickly as you claim this idiot claims that he wants to get everybody vaccinated, as quickly as he's vaccinating people, he's bringing people in that's unvaccinated. Now, explain to me how you're supposed to get rid of the virus if this guy is doing that. Huh?
You can't, Eagle. It's essentially you cannot.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's like a revolving door. We're never going to get rid of the virus if the guy continues doing what he's doing. If you vaccinate somebody and then in the meantime you bring in another man that's unvaccinated that brings the virus right back into the USA, so it's like a revolving door, and we'll never get rid of this deal with the stupidity of the people that's at the top. So until we get a real president in there that actually cares about really getting rid of this virus, and Joe Biden, and I said it, Joe Biden doesn't want to get rid of the virus. Until we get a president in the White House that wants to get rid of the virus, we'll continue to deal with this problem. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, you got it, Eagle. Thank you for checking in there. Let's head on down to, what you got, Philip?
Hey, Horse Feathers needs to do his research on bands, man. I tell you what, the song is Sweet Home Alabama, and the guys in Leonard Skinner ripped on Neil Young because he wrote that song Southern Man, which basically ripped on us down here.
Okay.
So that's the reason why Sweet Home Alabama has that line in it that said, we don't need Neil Young. He's not a Southern man or whatever. That's why I said, and the guys ripped on him. They made amends on it years ago. As far as Spotify goes, I don't care if Neil Young stays on Spotify because I don't listen to Neil Young. That's personal, but Spotify, a lot of the big guys are pulling out of it because they're not making a lot of money on it. I mean, if you want to have fun, go on Spotify and see how much Garth Brooks stuff you'll see on Spotify. You're not going to see too much on there.
No.
When I heard Horse Feather say that, I know everybody's joking around about Big Sexy, but I tell you what, Big Sexy, I'm in with you, brother. I like my Leonard Skinner. I'm a Floridian. I'm a Southern man. And if you're going to talk about Skinner, buddy, come on, give me a call. I appreciate it.
Hey, are you gonna have iguanas falling out of the trees this weekend down there at your home 20, the way it sounds?
No. That's that crap down further south down there in Miami where all them stupid buttholes down there bring out their iguanas. And they're exotic animals, and they put them out in the yard. And then when it turns down to 40 degrees, they fall out of the tree because they get frozen.
Yeah, right.
Now, that's Miami, man. That ain't up here where we're at. Up here, we got black bears up here where we're at. So that's South Florida. Down there, you know what? I hope it gets down really cold because you know those guys down there, Steve, that go and get those those pythons and all that stuff down there in the glades. They go down there to make all that money. Maybe they need to go down there when all it turns cold this weekend and go hunting. Maybe they might get a lot of free stuff. You know, it's like fishing with dynamite. So maybe they'll work out okay down there. Oh, Steve, by the way, did you mention on the show the other day about the Carl Vinson accident?
Yes, we did discuss that. The F-35. Yes, correct. I haven't really heard an update if they may have determined what happened, but yes.
Okay, not to change the story about it, but why is a Carl Vinson in the South China Sea right now? Why are they down there in the South China Sea?
Well, the idea, I think they've got the Carl Vinson and the Abraham Lincoln. It's supposed to be kind of a deterrence to China to prevent their going into Taiwan.
That's what I heard, too. And then also, isn't there like a little boat that's off of one of them islands down there that the Filipino Marines are on, that they're kind of, if they attack that island, they attack that boat, even though it's like a shipwreck, it's going to break loose with the Philippines and China. Did you hear any of that?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Yeah, down there on one of them islands, it's a shoal. There is a World War II era boat that the Philippines wrecked. They didn't wreck it. They grounded it. They ran it ashore intentionally, and they staffed it with Marines from their services. And those Marines are guarding that boat. And the Chinese have been toying with Philippines for a long time now. A lot of people don't realize it, but they've been taking their fishing away from them. They've been running them away from different things, saying that they dominate that part of the China Sea. And the Filipino people are really getting fed up with it. And it's just as bad a deal with the Philippines as it is with Taiwan. And I don't think too many people have done the research on that one yet, but I did it while I was off on COVID. I found out on it just looking around and found out there's some really good stories about the deal with China and the Philippines. And the Mariana Islands, which are the islands that we defended in World War II, we tried keeping the Japanese from getting. They might be involved into it too as well. So it's another thing. And as far as the Ukraine, Steve, we're beating it up on, I think they're getting ready to deploy people up there, aren't they, in Ukraine?
Well, yeah, we've got 8,500 U.S. service members on the standby, on the ready.
Yeah. So that Ukraine thing is picking up too.
What's your take?
It's crazy.
What's your take on, in the event Russia starts to move in, if they do try to invade, should we be involved with U.S. forces in that conflict?
I don't know. I don't know that much about the deal with Ukraine, but I do know this much, Steve. They said the other day that part of the sanctions that Biden was going to impose on Russia, if they do attack, is they're going to halt delivery of semiconductors from the United States, or, to any going into Russia. Now, who makes the semiconductors, guys? The Taiwanese. Yep. The Taiwanese make the semiconductors. Who wants Taiwan?
China.
China wants Taiwan. Now, does it make kind of sense that Russia and China are both in conflicts right now. I mean, come on, guys. They're both got communist governments, 2 and 2 together. I mean, if they need those semiconductors and they're made in Taiwan, they can go take those factories over and say, hey, guys, we can have all the semiconductors we want. So Mr. Biden's little thing, whatever, imposed on us is nothing. It's a little crap in the wind, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to get involved with it, but I got a feeling we're going to get involved with it because they're saying that this amount of people that Russia have put out there, that's as big as World War II starting. And that's pretty bad stuff. You know, and Taiwan, the deal with Taiwan, all these joint exercises we're doing in the South China Sea with Japan, who's the North Koreans been picking on here lately? Japan. So, and threatening with hypersonic missiles, you know, and all this stuff. And there's only a few people that have that technology, and one of them is China. So North Korea is probably getting it from across the border. So, I mean, it's a messed up situation, and hopefully somebody can figure out something. But, you know, it's coming down. There's some stuff coming down, and I don't know. Hopefully it isn't bad stuff for all of us, but you think this Omicron's bad. When you start having that stuff that they've got coming at us, you're going to wish you had Omicron. So
yeah, I mean, it could escalate.
That's pretty much all I got.
Things could spiral out of control, and you know, a number of experts, military, retired generals and whatnot, saying, this could really escalate in very short order. It could get really ugly really fast. Reason I ask him about U.S. personnel being involved, and over, well, I guess you could say a majority. It's kind of split down split in thirds. Only 31% say we should have any sort of our troops involved to defend Ukraine. So in fact, less than 1 in 3. According to the survey, less than 1/3 of likely voters in the U.S. think the American troops should defend Ukraine if Russia invades. 31% say the U.S. should defend Ukraine with combat troops. 36% say the U.S. should not send troops to defend Ukraine. Now, there's a large number, 33% are undecided whether we should defend Ukraine with troops. That's probably the largest number of undecideds I've seen in any sort of a poll questioning something that's significant. Rasmussen also asked to rate President Biden's handling of the situation between Ukraine and Russia. 30% rated his handling as good to excellent. 62% rated his handling as fair to poor. All right. They also found in another survey almost 4 in 5 Americans are concerned that Russia could invade Ukraine. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, let's head down south, see what's going on with the Rambler this morning. Morning, Rambler.
Well, good morning. And I heard what O'Neill was saying about her. I heard O'Neill put her down. But I hope Neil Young will remember. A Southern man don't need him around anyhow. See, that's part of our national anthem down here in Alabama.
Okay.
So I have to learn that. So, I know. You know, you talk about the story about that, those people that want to identify as animals. Well, friend of the show, Scooter Blaylock, also known as the Mercury Man, caught one on camera in Flowood, Mississippi at the Croaker. I mean, you could go to his Facebook page. It's about 4 days old. He caught one on camera. A kid, I guess he was self-identifying as a dog. I mean, just sitting out there in the parking lot, you know, showing his doolally to everybody that can just see it, you know, and just peeing right there in the parking lot. I'm like, imagine that, you know. This world has gone so just insane and crazy, Steve. Wow. I tell you, you know, it has. It's just gone so insane and crazy. You know, I mean, so I guess if you want to self-identify as a monkey, when someone offends you, you can just sling the turd at them. I guess, right?
Exactly.
It's just crazy. But you know, Steve, this Sunday we're going to be preaching on the trump of God. You know, we're not far. I mean, the signs of the times are right there, God's children. And we're not far from, you know, Jesus Christ coming to wrapping this thing up. PM Central Standard Time every Sunday. The Turban Ministries Church is where you can find us at. And before I go, you mentioned Squirrel. I know you said a while back he contracted Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Yeah.
Has he gotten any better?
Yeah, he actually got over that. He pretty much recovered from that. He was pretty close to death, but then he came down with he did come down with some kind of cancer. I can't recall what it was, but I think he was undergoing treatment the last I spoke to him. So, and that's been, I guess, a little over a year ago.
Man, you know, I got to know Squirrel that time that Larry the Cable Guy was on with his dad. You were actually the producer that night, if I remember correctly. And I met him a couple of times at the truck shows. I love Squirrel. Good fellow. And before I get off here, do you ever keep in touch with Seg Dennis?
It's probably been right about a year ago since I last spoke with Seg. I think I gave him a ring up about a couple weeks after we initially started the new platform here. So it's been about a year ago.
Yeah, I remember a while back he had some health issues too. It was one of the times I was looking for you and I couldn't find you. I heard he had just got back and he was doing the news. I always like to hear him and his news breaks coming there, you know. So I'm glad to know he's doing good. But I know you're up against the break, Steve. God bless you. I love you. And God's children, I love you out there. And know that Brother Rambler does love you. We do care. And please don't go and Don't go and self-identify as a doggone animal. You are a human being. You're a Homo sapien. So, anyways, God bless you. Love you, Steve.
All right. Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in there, Rambler. Be safe. And, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Moderna announced Wednesday that the first participant has been dosed in the company's phase 2 clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine booster shot that's specific to the Omicron variant. Moderna is advancing the trial to its next phase as research published Wednesday in the New England Journal of Medicine found that a booster dose of the vaccine remained durable against the Omicron variant, but did show signs of waning antibody protection. The White House said President Biden stands by his campaign pledge to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki would not confirm the news of Justice Stephen Breyer's retirement on Wednesday, but did say,
The President has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court and certainly stands by that.
Justice Breyer will retire in June. This is USA Radio News.
Don't go another day without joining Mike Lindell's MyPillow family. Hi, I'm John David Wells from the Wells Report on the USA Radio Network. Let me tell you something about Mike Lindell's products. I've got them all through my house. I sleep on one of his USA-made mattress toppers. I luxuriate in his Giza sheets. His pillows are simply perfect. His towels are without compare. All the products that Mike has put together are going to change your life. So let's get you started with 3 words. Giza Dream Sheets. Made with the world's best cotton. It's Giza, grown only in the region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean, and the Nile River. Ultra soft, breathable, sateen weave. Of course, they're machine washable, and they come with a 10-year warranty. Get an amazing 2-for-1 low price and free shipping with this promo code, USA. Call 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. Giza Dream Sheets from MyPillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we are back. And what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. That's our hotline to the secret bunker. There we go. What else in the mix here? Here's some of the other industry headlines. We see the government detailing the pilot program last week for 18 to 20 years olds to drive interstate, across state lines. The pilot program, they tell us, will include around 3,000 18 to 20-year-olds. Now, this was in the massive infrastructure bill that passed in November, will allow teens without any visual impairments or previous tickets to get behind the wheel of 80,000-pound trucks all on their own after a probationary period. The American Trucking Association, of course, is a lobbying group that's been pushing for this for years, as well as the American trucker shortage narrative, well, for it, at least since I started my first writing gig at AOL Autos, says the writer of the story. All right, we had the pandemic and the whole world's global logistics systems didn't break down per se, but it was rattled for sure. Now, of course, they're claiming to the ATA a shortage of 80,000 drivers. Well, good Lord, how are we still functioning as a society? This figure, along with global shipping hiccups, were enough to scare Congress into approving a program that common sense would tell you is incredibly dangerous, with very little societal benefit. Now, we know we've had this discussion. There's differing opinions, pretty strong differing opinions on both sides of this particular issue. All right, not telling you anything you don't know, but we live under capitalism. Supply and demand are the law of the land. The only thing that creates a worker shortage is when an employer refuses to pay what workers will accept to do the job. Truckers saw stagnant wages for years. According to Barron's, the rise in pay in recent years has by no means kept up with inflation or even other industries in this country. It is not just trucking, of course. You may have noticed lack of workers for lower paid, high-stress jobs was the theme all year last year, and it's back for 22. Soaring inflation, stagnant salaries, unacceptable working conditions. More and more people are encouraging employers to take their job and shove it. Now, he says, I'm not the only one that thinks this program is less about solving a trucker shortage and more about hiring an inexperienced, cheap workforce. The unemployment rate for workers in transportation and material moving occupations has dropped considerably since the worst of the financial crisis, but it's still above the overall jobless rate. In other words, the gap between overall unemployment rate and the unemployment rate for workers in transportation has been broadly stable over the past 20 years when you account for seasonal variations. All right, so he goes through a bunch more numbers here. And then back to the ATA, where they're saying their answer to the problem is teenagers. Instead of fighting to improve conditions for the workers they have, trucking companies pushing to hire teenagers to drive long-haul routes. Of course, you can pay a brand-new teenager straight out of CDL certification a whole lot less than an experienced road warrior out there. They're less likely to complain about physical ailments associated with driving. Their bodies are much younger, they're limber, they haven't been wrecked by a decade of sitting behind the wheel of a truck. All right, toward the tail end here, there's a group of 60-plus U.S. lawmakers generating headlines thanks to their letter that kind of sounds an alarm about a nationwide truck driver shortage and called on the Labor Department to fast-track these grants for unemployed Americans who want training to become a truck driver. Of course, Todd Spencer, president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, says, I've heard this kind of pitch before. What they're proposing here is using tax dollars to provide training to people that realistically will not pursue this as a career. It'll be something they'll try, and most will burn out quick. When they say there's a shortage, you have to ignore basic math. Every year, states license over 400,000 people to drive truck. So whether they're saying there's a shortage of 60 or 80,000 or whatever, over 400,000 is a lot of people. Where do they all go? Well, most of them clearly do not stick in this occupation that they just got licensed for. Here's, I guess, the number one quote. The reality is, if the job you're offering sucks, is the solution to really go find more suckers? Or should you improve the job so people will come and stay? Now I think that's a big key, if the job you're offering sucks. Now, lastly, this seems like a tragedy in the making, but in a country where we accept death as a part of doing business, greed will continue to find new and exciting ways to cause mayhem in the name of profit. So obviously, writer for this particular article kind of agrees with Spencer that they don't think it's a good idea to put 18 to 20-year-olds behind the wheel. But again, we've heard both sides of the argument. By the time that 18 to 20-year-old hits 21 years of age, in most cases, that's the time in your life, unless you're actually in college. And if you're coming out of college with the degree, you're probably not looking at driving truck for an occupation. Those who have not attended college have moved on to some other profession. They've picked some line of work that they're looking to pursue. And I understand the argument you're missing out on potentially millions of could-be, would-be drivers by not allowing them to participate in the industry. So just passing the info on your way. With that, let's get back to the calls here. What do you say, Chevy guy? Take two.
Yeah, now about the sandboxes in school. You know what? If you spend any time in a truck stop restroom, Lord, or these porta johns down here in South Carolina, down here at the West Faco Mill. I mean, I swear they're standing up to take a shot. They're not very good at it. So I don't know. There's a lot of people out here. I mean, if it looks like an animal's been in there, well, I'll leave it at that. I know better. God created man. Jesus didn't die on the cross for an animal. He did it for man. So we all need help. Oh, Biden's looking for a black female.
Correct.
I've got one for him. Candace Owens.
Yeah, you're not the first I've heard say that. But no, you forgot one part. He is looking for a liberal black female.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, and he needs to say that. You know what? I'm up to here with him saying, you're not supposed to have a religious test. So far what we've got so far in our Constitution, right there plainly states that we have inalienable rights given to us by the Creator. It starts with a religious bias. I mean, it's the first nation on the planet that after they voted for independence, they prayed that God would bless this endeavor. They called in a minister to bless this endeavor. And we're constantly doing this where we're bringing in atheists to defend our inalienable rights. I mean, Lindsey Graham, get up there and ask just this one question. Do you believe in the fact that we have inalienable rights and we don't have a right to take them from the people? I mean, give me a break. I mean, we need to bring out the truth. At least even the liberal people. There's a lot of liberals that they're just Democrats because mom and daddy was a Democrat. But they bring out the truth to the people. And the reason why things are turning out the way they are is because we keep putting atheists in. And if you look up the religious makeup of the court, there's not that many straight out Baptist preachers, Baptists in there. Let's put it that way. So other than that, I just wanted to throw that. My vote would be for Candace Owens. Okay. Other than that, we're gonna sit back and enjoy the rest of the show.
There you go. Not gonna happen, but yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I done clicked the button. Can't unclick it. One other thing. What was it? Now, one thing we know, they say it's yet to be seen who Biden is going to select. But it is very clear he's going to have to tread carefully if he wants to placate the progressive rabble out there. I mean, they're going to be by coming right out of the box stating you must be a black female. Right there, you whittle down right out of the box potential candidates down to about, I think, less than 7% of the population. If I see the numbers right. 7% of the U.S. population. You're taking 93% of the population and putting them on the I'm not even going to talk to you list. You're not eligible. I didn't think it was supposed to work that way. I always thought, is it not supposed to be the most qualified individual for whatever the job is going to be? But okay, that's where we live today, 10 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So as we anxiously await the James Webb Telescope to become active and start sending back some of the first views way back in time, coming up this summer. Interesting, they tell us a mysterious object unlike anything astronomers have seen before has been discovered in our, they're calling our galactic backyard. Now, when I think of the backyard, I'm thinking pretty close. I don't know about you, but something, say, 4,000 light years away doesn't sound close to me, but apparently 4,000 light years away is in our galactic backyard. Does that make you feel a bit small in the big scheme of things? Anyway, research published yesterday, scientists described the strange spinning mass, which is said to release an enormous burst of energy every 20 minutes. That radiation, which crosses the line of sight of telescopes here on Earth for 60 seconds at a time, is one of the brightest radio sources in the sky, detected by a team at the Australian-based International Centre for Radio Astronomy Research, where they're mapping radio waves in the universe. They believe this cosmic flasher could be a super dense star or possibly a white dwarf, collapsed cores of stars with a powerful magnetic field. Now, according to the astronomer from Curtin University in Australia, the leader of the team, this object was appearing and disappearing over a few hours during our observation. That was completely unexpected. It was kind of spooky for an astronomer because there's nothing known in the sky that does that. And it's really quite close to us. Yeah, quite close. That's where he says 4,000 light years away. That is in our galactic backyard. Discovered using the Murchison Wide Field Array, the telescope in the Australian outback. It's what's known to astronomers as a transient, an object in the night sky that turns on and off, such as a dying star. So-called slow transients appear over the course of several days and vanish after a few months. One example is a stellar explosion called a supernova. But fast transients, like a type of neutron star called a pulsar, kind of flash on and off within seconds or even milliseconds. This newly discovered object is unusual because it does not fit either category, beaming its radio waves across the galaxy in bouts lasting roughly a minute. Now, they say that the space thingamajig, as he calls it, is that a word, a thingamajig? It's smaller than our sun, but it is incredibly bright. It is firing out highly polarized radio waves, suggesting it has a powerful magnetic field. The observations match the description of what has been a hypothetical object, an ultra-long period magnetar. Oh, there's a big one. It's a type of slowly spinning neutron star that's been predicted to exist theoretically, they say, but they've never actually seen one. Nobody expected to directly detect one like this because we did not expect them to be so bright. What is it? I guess it's a thingamajig, that thing up in the sky. All right, so I gotta ask, how'd those Gators play there, Dingbat?
Yeah, we lost, but oh well.
Uh-oh.
I guess I won my bet. I lost my bet. Sorry, brain dead. So they're next year.
Yeah.
I got a couple things off. I need to get a couple things off my chest. Last night I think we were talking about move over.
Yeah, where we're gonna find 1 million new voters. That's Michelle Obama says we're gonna round up 1 million new ones.
No, I'm talking about the move over law.
Oh, the move. I thought you said new voters. The move over law. My apologies. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, what about the move over?
Tonight, as I'm heading to Nashville, Tennessee, I had a blowout, and I saw it firsthand. There were so many people not moving over because I had a state cop behind me and a Tennessee Department of Transportation vehicle behind me, and people are not getting it to move over. And I was laughing. I was like, God, I'm seeing this firsthand. What's next? And he's like, and the officer's like, well, what's the problem? I said, we were just talking about this last night. I mean, there were so many people not moving over. They don't get it. And it just agitated me, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And you see two law vehicles, you got to move over some way, somehow. But also about that, you said a Lyft driver or Uber driver got murdered in Ohio?
Yeah, sure did. Yep, last evening.
Believe it or not, I used to do Uber and DoorDash. And, it's crazy out there. I mean, you got to not only be on your A game, but you got to be alert.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were so many orders I went through. They were like in unsafe part of towns of Memphis. I'm like, nope, not doing that one. Nope. But I'll talk to brain dead while I'm on these runs. I mean, it's crazy. But my heart condolences go to the family. But we also had one just recently. There was a DoorDash lady. She got killed because she got flagged down by the wrong person, and she thought it was her person that she was delivering to.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like I said, my condolences go to the family to that
Yep.
young man or young lady out there.
Yeah, it was a female driver that was killed, and then it was the same group of 4 kids apparently had called on another driver an hour later. He was actually robbed, but not shot.
Yeah. Also, I mean, like, that's my mom. It's pure thug. I mean, look at also about the shooter in Memphis, Young Doll. I mean, they got 3 people detained, and they're going to simultaneously court dates, but who's going to tell on who and who did what?
Yeah.
But I'm running late on my run because I had that blowout, but I saw it firsthand about the move over laws, and it was amazing. Like, people are not moving over.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
Well, we talked about it here a week or two ago that it's amazing the number of people who are not even familiar, not even aware that a so-called move over law even exists. They don't even know it. All right. Hey, Dingbat, thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Be safe. You're going to be a little late getting done tonight, huh, on that run. Scarecrow got you coming up next as we'll kick off that final hour, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is retiring. President Joe Biden earlier Wednesday said he hasn't heard from the justice.
There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
The 83-year-old Breyer leans toward the left, but his departure won't change the conservative advantage on the court. A requirement to get vaccinated against COVID-19 kicks in Thursday for millions of healthcare workers in about half of U.S. states. The mandate will start in states that did not challenge the Biden administration rule. The mandate will take effect later in February for the other states that had filed lawsuits. Earlier this month, the U.S. Supreme Court lifted injunctions that had put the vaccine mandate on hold. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And MediShare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, MediShare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The FDA has blocked Florida from using alternate COVID-19 drugs.
The FDA bans what could be life-saving drugs in Florida. The Florida Department of Health said it was closing its monoclonal antibody treatment sites this week after the Food and Drug Administration restricted their use. Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis condemned the FDA's move and said 2,000 appointments were canceled on Tuesday alone.
The number of the people that seek this treatment are overwhelmingly people that have been vaccinated, but yet they're still infected, and many of them are high risk.
DeSantis said the decision to suspend the use of Regeneron and Eli Lilly monoclonal antibody treatments was made abruptly and without any notice or clinical data. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell backed up his group's idea that an interest rate hike in March is likely. The belief is that a slightly higher rate might help slow inflation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A heart transplant patient will not receive a new lease on life because he isn't vaccinated against COVID-19.
A 31-year-old father has been removed from the heart transplant list at a Boston hospital because he will not submit to a COVID-19 shot. DJ Ferguson was first on the list to receive the transplant at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but administrators removed him after he declined the shot. Tracy Ferguson, DJ's mom, saying,
"He's not an anti-vaxxer. He just wants proof that it's not going to cause further harm in an already compromised body."
That audio courtesy of ABC's Good Morning America. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Nissan is recalling more than 793,000 small SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because water can get into the wiring in the driver's footwell, cause corrosion, and could start a fire. The recall covers Nissan Rogue SUVs from the 2014 through 2016 model years. Neil Young began removing his music from Spotify on Wednesday after the singer-songwriter delivered an ultimatum to the company to choose him or comedian and podcaster Joe Rogan, according to Variety. Young took issue with statements made on Rogan's podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, that were critical of COVID-19 vaccines. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I can't get that final hour underway here on a Thursday, which means, yeah, we do kind of start looking toward the weekend. Yeah, big championship weekend in football, right? And I know Wheelchair Dave is looking forward to the 24 hours at Daytona. I think the field has been set for the 24 hours at Daytona this weekend. Now, Dave, I was looking at the photograph of the lineup. Did I see correctly that there are 60 cars in the starting field for that race? That's incredible. Yeah, I'm looking at a still photograph I saw a few minutes ago. But yeah, meanwhile, what else in the mix here? Yeah, according to several media accounts, the golf equipment producer Titleist has banned customers from adding the phrase, "Let's go Brandon," to their custom imprinted golf balls. Yeah, so Titleist has now banned the phrase, "Let's go Brandon." Let's see, worth noting. The writer here says, "I was able to order them a month ago and received them, but you can no longer do so, apparently." All right, the email did not explain what words the company deemed inappropriate. However, the company rules state that they may reject any request when it comes to like customized balls and whatnot. We reserve the right to reject orders for imprints on our products that may, in our discretion, be inconsistent with our company values or brand integrity, including but not limited to logos, designs, and or personalizations that are negative in nature, advocate violence or illegal activity, or are slurs, hateful, threatening, libelous, defamatory, vulgar, obscene, or pornographic. That is the terms and conditions on Titleist website. Now, Fox News reporter reported similar problems when he attempted to use the "Let's Go Brandon," and went on to test a number of other phrases when ordering golf balls for customization. So you punch into the system. Let's go, Brandon. Cannot print that. He was able to punch in F Trump, the word ACAB. He was successful in typing in kill cops. He was successful in impeach Trump. He was successful in kill Trump. Did not receive an error message with any of those. Breitbart attempted to order personalized Titleist balls on Wednesday, almost a week after the initial reports, and had the same evidence as Fox News. The email sent to the press reads in part, "Thank you for your recent golf ball order on Titleist.com. Unfortunately, we cannot accept your custom order in its current form, and as such, it has been canceled in our system." That's just for the Let's Go Brandon slogan, though. Yeah, maybe they need a little update in the system there. I mean, kill Trump. Does that not defy the standards that exist there? That would be inciting violence, if you ask me. All right, let's see. Let me get to the Scarecrow here. Been hanging in there, patiently waiting. Good morning, Scarecrow. Happy Thursday.
Hey, good morning, Kemosabe. To apologize for bailing on you a little earlier there. I just pulled into the fuel island right about the time Eagle came on, and I knew darn well what it was going to be like out there, even though we're about 30 degrees warmer this morning than yesterday. Way looking at the flags all standing out at full salute on the way down way.
Yeah.
These the canopies over the fuel pumps and whatnot, they're magnets for wind to begin with, and so a nice warm stocking cap went out over the headphone at the time. Kind of it's about like a mobile home park in tornadoes. They got a big bullseye, hanging over the top of them there. I had a lot of things here, but you've come up a lot more fodder to work with here. That Supreme Court potential nomination or such, that'll go the same as the vice presidential nomination. Now, you think back, they went around the most qualified. It had to be black and it had to be a female, simply because that guaranteed votes. It didn't matter if the person was lesser qualified. It was votes.
Yeah.
That's what it was all about.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that'll play in any future appointments too, or nominations or such. Anyway, think about Rambler. I do have to tip my hat to him for his support of his fellow drivers. It was between his support and a quick silent prayer on my part that I think kept me out of the La Crosse County jail last night. Before I even left town, I stopped in the convenience store, mopped off my windows, and went in to fill my coffee cup. And coming out of the restroom, it's a narrow corridor. It's pretty tough for two people to walk abreast and have to turn sideways. Well, it was probably the devil playing mind games with me. There's a couple of temptresses that came down the hall, Steve, and they dressed like looked like they were going out clubbing or such. Now, mind you, we had 18 degrees at the time. They had light fitting jackets or whatnot, but there used to be a phone service. Their slogan was "Reach out and touch someone." Man, I tell you, I had visions of Knucklebuster running back out to his truck and grabbing a couple of them overnight T-shirts and offering up a free form fitting, But I guess this is what comes with age and whatnot. Your mind likes to take a run and such. Steve, I need your help a little bit here. I don't know if Big Moose is listening tonight, and maybe some of his pals could pass on what's going on here since I don't have his contact information. I have a particular sign that I'll maybe send you a picture of, and if you could forward it to him, along with my phone number or such, we can maybe work something up. I think it would, once you see it, you'll figure it out. It would work well with his recording studio, whether it's at home or, the tenant on wheels that he has there.
Yeah.
So if you could kind of, like I say, I'll send an email picture of it here, and if you could at least see that, Moose received that picture somehow.
I can do that, absolutely. You send me an email.
If he wants to proceed.
The Steve at hotshotsecret.com. I've got his email. I can forward that right to him, sure.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Thanks. Thank you. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, thinking about the temps, like I say, we're about 30 degrees warmer, tonight than last night. And I was off on my prediction for the low, going home last night. I think I told you I expected about 30 below, and, well, it happened to be only 26 below at that particular mile marker. But Fort McCoy, or excuse me, Fort McCoy, that's near Sparta, Wisconsin, south of Black River Falls area. That's always a cold zone. I'm wondering if there's any of the Afghan refugees that are still, situated there. This is a real sweet welcome to Wisconsin wake up for them. It was noted they had 33 below last night, and Black River Falls, they had 35 below. Now, that got me wondering, okay, what is Wisconsin's all-time record low? My thoughts are, well, how far back do records go,
Yeah.
We don't have to go back too far. It was 1996.
Really?
And there's a corridor up, southeast of Duluth, Minnesota, starting roughly at Hayward, Wisconsin, and running east over through Ashland and St. Germain, Rhinelander, Eagle River, and such. 30, 40 below is nothing out of the norm up in that area. Now, we used to, our snowmobile club still does the first weekend of February. We generally go up to Iron River, Wisconsin, which is in the Hayward area. And I know I mentioned this prior, and I'm sure probably some of your listeners didn't believe, thought I was blowing smoke. But when I rolled through town in Hayward that particular morning at 11 a.m., it read 47 below on the bank thermometer. And you can take those thermometers with a grain of salt. But looking at that search this morning at the record lows, just a little community, just east of the Hayward area, they had the all-time low of 55 below. This is for Wisconsin now. And coincidentally, that was on February 2nd or 3rd. And then I think it said 3 days later, they tied that low. So that would have coincidentally lined up with, the day or weekend that I rolled through town at 47 below. Now that was so cold, Steve. In the winter months, I cover the front of my grill with a rug or such. I had to find cardboard boxes and lay against the the radiator core to block off total air movement so I could get any heat in my pickup cab. It's not that far back in history that there's real cold up here in northern Wisconsin. Minnesota, I think all time was maybe 60 below. I got a map I could bring up again, but I don't remember what Ohio or such was, but it was very interesting. Then I do need a little assistance, maybe from a heat wave or such. The Dragon Lady driver, he's probably about halfway across the Pacific here right now, heading for Seattle. And then he'll be working his way down to Sacramento. That's where they live. He'll be there till, I guess, June. They're leaving again to go back to Korea. But either way, in about early May, mid-May, he's going to bring their camper and pickup, and they're going to take residents in my shop here in Wisconsin for a couple of years. He'd rather have them here than even sitting on base, out in the sun for that time. So I've never been beyond the Denver, area. I guess Breckenridge, Keystone. That's as far west as I've been on 70. I'm just curious, what would be his most practical and route for dragging a camper over the mountains and back to Wisconsin here. Like say, heat wave comes to mind, but there's probably others that do more east-west running, that are listening there this morning, that they might be able to chime in such way. So yeah, if anybody out there can lend a helping hand there, that'd certainly be appreciated. I guess right now, beyond that, kind of brings me up to the end of the chapter for the moment, Steve.
Okay,
so,
up to speed here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, you got it. I'll watch for that email, and we'll get that forwarded over to the Big Moose. All right. Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a great morning. About 22 past the hour. All right, clear lines wide open here on a Thursday. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Knucklebuster said, here's you a nominee for Dumbass of the Week. From the auto publication known as The Drive. Familiar with that, The Drive? Yeah, they got the video, the story of the guy that pours 20 gallons of water through the engine trying to remove carbon buildup. Well, it's not necessary, dude. All you need is a dose of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and you'd have it all cleaned out. This guy's going through a long, arduous roundabout way. The vehicle subject to the test, a 1989 BMW 325i, with the E30 series Beamer sporting 174,000 miles on the odometer. Plan was to run 20 gallons of water through the engine to see just how clean the pistons can get. Now that after an earlier experiment where just 20 ounces of water were slowly fed into the intake to help remove enough carbon to free up a sticking valve. The first 10 gallons were delivered into the intake with a funnel via a large hose that was unplugged for the purpose. Now, with such a massive vacuum leak, it took plenty of throttle to keep the engine running. Steam and a little smoke billowing out of the tailpipe. Water being fed in at a rate of about a gallon every 5 to 10 minutes. The engine was regularly allowed to warm back up to operating temperature to ensure the water was getting hot enough to do the job. Now, here's your advice. Legit street cars admit you probably shouldn't try this at home. Pouring too much water in at once can hydrolock your engine. This happens when enough water enters the cylinder such that it exceeds the minimum volume, and when the piston is at top dead center, the piston then attempts to compress the water, which is famously known to be incompressible fluid, which can result in catastrophic engine damage, and bent rods are usually the result. So there's a whole bunch more to the story there, and there's videos and pictures of before and after of how much carbon they were able to actually remove with this process. It's like, dude, Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. That'll get it done right there. The number one selling oil additive from Hot Shot Secret is, of course, Stiction Eliminator. And you can find it at travel centers of America, Petro stopping centers nationwide. Simple as that. You can make your engine run better with a money-back guarantee. So grab a bottle of Stiction Eliminator today. Right, before we get to our 20 gallons of water, I think the story went on to say the second 10 gallons was put into through a much smaller vacuum hose, and it was at a rate of like 1 gallon every 10 to 15 minutes. So a pretty long, drawn-out process there. But meanwhile, all right, we got our news break coming up here in just a few moments. We got to fix everything, right? How about the latest? M&M Mars. Mars, the candy company, is giving the M&M's characters a bit of a makeover. We have to promote inclusivity. Those little animated M&Ms that can talk and walk on the television commercials? Company said they're going to provide a modern take on the appearance of the characters. Mars calls these little M&M characters lentils. And they're going to give them more nuanced personalities. The lentils, the red, the green, the orange, the yellow, the brown, the blue. They'll also come in different shapes and sizes. Some of the changes will include making two of the characters less stereotypically feminine. Oh my, in the new version, the green M&M ditches the high-heeled boots in favor of sneakers. The brown candy no longer wears stilettos, opting instead to wear lower heels. Our ambition is to upend the expected, break through barriers, and discover the little joys that are shared in everyday life. Imagine a world with less judgment and more connection and consistent laughter, says the company. Of course, Mars, whose brands also include Twix and Snickers, said they will also put an added emphasis on the ampersand and the M&M's logo to demonstrate how the brand aims to bring people together. Inclusivity. It's come to the point where we're concerned about an M&M's cartoon animated carrier wearing high heels. What's next, America? All right, we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Moderna announced Wednesday that the first participant has been dosed in the company's Phase 2 clinical trial of a coronavirus vaccine booster shot that's specific to the Omicron variant. Moderna is advancing the trial to its next phase as research published Wednesday in the New England Journal of Medicine found that a booster dose of the vaccine remained durable against the Omicron variant, but did show signs of waning antibody protection. The White House said President Biden stands by his campaign pledge to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki would not confirm the news of Justice Stephen Breyer's retirement on Wednesday, but did say,
The President has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court and certainly stands by that.
Justice Breyer will retire in June. This is USA Radio News.
Don't go another day without joining Mike Lindell's My Pillow family. Hi, I'm John David Wells from the Wells Report on the USA Radio Network. Let me tell you something about Mike Lindell's products. I've got them all through my house. I sleep on one of his USA-made mattress toppers. I luxuriate in his Giza sheets. His pillows are simply perfect. His towels are without compare. All the products that Mike has put together are going to change your life. So let's get you started with 3 words. Giza Dream Sheets. Made with the world's best cotton. It's Giza, grown only in the region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean, and the Nile River. Ultra soft, breathable, sateen weave. Of course, they're machine washable, and they come with a 10-year warranty. Get an amazing 2-for-1 low price and free shipping with this promo code, USA. Call 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. 800-951-8175. Giza Dream Sheets from My Pillow.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, thank you much, and welcome back. Morning, Matthew. Good to hear from you. Mr. Harris, checking in. Up and at 'em for another day, right? Off to work you go. Meanwhile, back to the phones here, Rob. Morning, Rob. How we doing?
Good, Steve. How about yourself?
Doing well. Thank you much.
Earlier in the week, I have a few comments on. Earlier in the week, you spoke about the John Deere right to repair, where you can't fix your own tractor, or you got to use their parts or have their technician come out and repair it. I think that is I'm not a John Deere fan, but I think that is just a way for them. They're just cutting their own throats. I mean, farmers are some of the smartest people, in my opinion. They are problem solvers. They think on the fly like a construction worker. Something breaks down or happens when you're planting. You're working around the weather. A lot of times you're rushed. You're working through the night, before a big rain would come in. And if your tractor goes down, they figure out a way to fix it and keep on going so they can get, their crop in. And I think that is just a huge mistake by John Deere to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That, in my opinion, that I think it's a status symbol or, I've got myself a John Deere tractor, kind of thing. It's like a Harley Davidson kind of thing. It's I think you're paying more for less, in my opinion. I mean, me and my neighbor across the road each bought brand new riding lawnmowers the same year. I bought a Simplicity and he bought a John Deere. I live in Dodge County, Wisconsin. And the John Deere tractors are made in Horicon, Wisconsin. And it seems like, everybody in Dodge County has to have a John Deere. Well, like you, I'm sure you researched your wife's car before you bought it. None of us have bottomless pockets, and you want to get the most for your money. And if you can buy a better product for less, you will. And we bought comparable lawnmowers, and I paid $1,000 less for mine with a welded mowing deck, suspension, and a metal hood versus a green tractor with a plastic hood, a stamped out sheet metal deck, and no suspension. So I don't understand it. I think it's a mistake by them, and like I say, I think it's a status symbol for some people, like with the Harleys and the motorcycles. If I've been riding bikes for my whole life, and if they were so much better being an air-cooled engine, why aren't we driving? If they're so much better, why aren't we driving air-cooled cars? How come they're still not making air-cooled cars yet? I just think some manufacturers, I don't know what they're thinking, But and I talking about your Let's Go Brandon there. I saw yesterday, kind of a Kid Rock fan. He came out with a song yesterday called "We the People."
Yes,
and it's not quite for the radio, I don't think, but the lyrics are for this very fitting for this time that we're living in. I guess with the vaccinations and the mask wearing, and it's all right. So
yeah,
that's all I had.
We the People. Somebody sent me a link to that this past morning. All right, yes, we're looking at the map here. The falling iguanas this weekend. They're in Florida. Now, it looks like it's really I guess a little further south than where Phillips Home 20 is. This particular map I'm looking at, kind of like it goes from the central portions of the state on the west coast and kind of southwest down into the, maybe the southern quarter, and not quite southern third, but I guess down by the big lake there, Okeechobee, from anywhere from there south on the east coast. Yeah, they slow down or become immobile when the temperature gets below 40 degrees. And yes, they will fall from the trees, but they're not dead. According to, let me see here, USA Today, cold weather may cause the iguanas to fall out of trees. They're cold-blooded. They slow down or actually become immobile. Yeah, the green iguanas, of course, are an invasive species in Florida. Yeah, known for eating through your landscaping. Do they get injured when they fall from the tree? According to the answer here, they can fall out of a tree up to 40 to 50 feet high and not get hurt. If the tree's higher than that, yeah, then they're going to come down with a thump, right? But they're not dead. It's just they look dead. They're immobile. The eyes will be closed. But when the temperatures start to warm back up, they'll kind of come back to life. But they're kind of advising people in those parts of the state, do not park your vehicle under a tree this weekend. Because when some of these iguanas are pretty damn big, and they will leave a dent. They'll leave a mark, thump, right on the car. Oh, my, let me see here. Let's get, Gilligan got you coming up here in just a moment. Hang in there. Let's see, Blind Man, hey there.
Hey, Steve. I was listening to a Canadian station, and they were talking about a protest this weekend where the truckers are going to go to Ottawa and protest the vaccine mandate for Canadian truckers going into the U.S. And I tried to call one of your Canadian truckers. I think his name is Terry.
Yes.
And I wanted to find out more about it because they're really ticked off, according to this news story. And the police are going to be there to make sure that there's no violence or anything. I think it's going to be a rolling protest or something. I haven't heard anything more about it, but I just wanted to let you guys know what I heard.
Yeah. But yes, we've touched on that a couple of times in recent nights. There's a lot more truckers and even non-truckers participating in this convoy than the organizers ever anticipated. Now, let me give you the update from globalnews.canada this past day. Yeah, the convoy descending on Ottawa prompting police to prepare for violence and politicians to warn against escalating rhetoric linked to the demonstration. Ottawa's police chief told the Services Board meeting this past day that officers have been in contact with protest leaders who have said they've been cooperative and shared their plans. I mean, the organizers have no intention of any violence. Now, the deputy chief voiced concerns about other groups, aka parallel groups, that suggest some of them are going to look to turn up to the protest. Police are trying to reach these groups as well as counter-protesters to discuss their aims. What is your plan? Now, police disclosed they are preparing for a range of scenarios, including the potential for violence. Police say they're planning for the arrival of 1,000 to 2,000 demonstrators Saturday. But the situation is fluid. It is changing by the hour. I told the board and the councilors that he's working with the RCMP to prepare for the protest. While police support the right for peaceful protest, officers would be prepared to move protesters out of the demonstration zone should the situation become violent or threatening. Prime Minister Trudeau said there's this small fringe minority who are on the way to Ottawa who hold unacceptable views. The Prime Minister said the vast majority of truckers in the country are vaccinated. So I guess what Trudeau's pretty much trying to say, anyone who's involved in this convoy is the small fringe, and you hold unacceptable views. All right, so I guess nobody that's rolling in to Ottawa this weekend is supposed to be acceptable. What we're hearing from some people associated with this convoy, says Trudeau, is completely unacceptable. The federal government ended the vaccine exemption for truck drivers on the 15th. Okay, we know all that. And they go into statements from the Canadian Trucking Alliance. 15% of the truckers, which that could be as many as like 16,000 in the country, are not vaccinated. All right, some with extreme or far-right views have latched onto the protest. One online video includes a man expressing hope that the rally will turn into the Canadian equivalent of January 6th. Oh, boy. See, there's always got to be a dumbass in the crowd, right? All right. Now, Donald Trump Jr. actually, earlier this week, kind of posted via social media. He endorses the truck drivers, the convoy there in Canada, fighting against tyranny, urging Americans to follow suit. All right, some of these far right have latched themselves onto the convoy. The convoy itself is tapping into the national frustration right now. Actually even attracting people who are not part of the far right or frustrated with COVID. It's the Freedom Convoy. And they're anticipating pretty big crowds there this weekend. And with that, about 12 before the hour. Back at it here in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, The ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So what I'm seeing out of Canada, the question I asked Terry when the January 15th enforcement date for the vaccine for cross-border trucking kicked in, have they seen any real impact? Does it appear that fewer trucks are actually crossing the border on any given day? And according to the Canadian reports, it does not appear the case. Last week, they said almost 100,000 trucks crossed the border, which is about the same as usual for this time of the year. So we don't want to minimize the fact that we've got to be vigilant and work together to address supply issues. I mean, there's some outlets in Canada saying if these truck drivers refuse to go on strike, whatever, the store shelves are going to be empty, people are going to starve to death, and those sort of things. Now, the conservative leader there in Canada, Aaron O'Toole, was asked, do you support the convoy? He, Tuesday evening, said, I understand why many truckers, especially independents, are upset here. You can understand there's the frustration and why people are protesting. Yesterday, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business urged the government to reverse their vaccination policy for truckers. Earlier, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce urged the government to give truckers more time to get vaccinated, while the Canadian Manufacturing Coalition has also called for the mandate to be scrapped entirely. But this guy said it would accomplish nothing to postpone or scrap the requirement that truckers entering Canada be fully immunized, since the U.S. has imposed the same requirement on truckers entering that country. He argues the best way to end these supply chain disruptions is to end the pandemic. And the best way to do that, is what? How's the best way to do that? Get vaccinated. All right. No, I mean, if you want to, are you looking at the actual facts? The Centers from Disease Control, Walensky last week just came right out and admitted. I mean, to be vaccinated does not stop you from being infected. It does not stop you from spreading. Matter of fact, right now, here's the latest research. More than 2/3 of the cases of Omicron right now are among people who've actually been reinfected, not vaccinated, but reinfected from the virus. Imperial College London research said about 66% of the more than 3,500 participants in their study who tested positive in the month of January had already been infected with the virus. An additional 7.5% of participants said they believed they had previously had the virus, but they didn't confirm it with a test. But they looked at more than 100,000 PCR tests collected across England this month. They said in the paper released this past day, Omicron has hit England at unprecedented levels. This, as officials confirmed or announced that they're no longer mandating masks. And the public will no longer be advised to work from home as of today, Thursday, in England. Now, health officials said last month roughly half the Omicron cases there were fully vaccinated. Almost 85% of the country's eligible population fully vaccinated. 64% have actually got a booster shot. So, but it continues to spread like wildfire. Yeah, there in the UK. And that kind of also defies some of the traditional statements that actual infection, natural immunity is probably the best protection against the virus. Now, I would assume those who had previously been infected had either the original strain or the Delta strain. But this Omicron, just like the Omicron wants to bypass the vaccines and the boosters, apparently it also is doing a pretty good job of bypassing natural immunity from previous infection. That's what the research shows. All right, Gilligan, what you got there? Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for having me backstage. Well, I'll touch on that a minute. I did ask whether I had what strain of the COVID me and my wife had. We did ask, and they said unfortunately they don't test what
right
strain it is. So
correct.
I would like to know whether it's Omicron or what. I mean, I believe we got the Omicron because our symptoms were not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, last week the CD said 95% of the cases. I mean, your odds are greatly that you had the Omicron. If it's 95 or greater percent, it's a very, very low opportunity to pick up the Delta or the original strain. So,
yes. I want to touch on this deal. I fully support the protest in Canada over this vaccine mandate. But as you noticed in your news story, they're talking about radical right-wing groups. That's what this January 6th stuff was about. They said there was radical right-wingers in there.
Yep.
I tell you what, I think most of these radical right-wingers are plants by the left. Do you remember during the Trump rallies in 2016 when they literally had Klan members show up and they was black?
They were plants, yes, sure, they did it. Yeah.
This has been going on for years. There's been troublemakers in this bit, and then it gives those that are right wingers a bad name. Now, if you listen to what the neo-Nazis stand for, it's the exact opposite of what a true conservative stands for. But they've always pushed this bit that the Nazis are right wingers.
Try to paint them in that corner. Yeah. Hey, Gilligan, I'm up against the clock here, so we'll have to let you go on that note. But hey, it's a Thursday, so yeah, the whole big convoy reaching Ottawa on Saturday. Like I said, there's varying numbers. Some are saying thousands. Some are saying there may be tens of thousands. They just don't know how many are actually going to show up there. But, of course, the media will be there in full force, right? Cameras will be rolling because any hint of the word of potential violence, the cameras got to be rolling. We got to get this on live. If it bleeds, it leads. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Be safe out there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.